You will build Pixel, an analytics platform that helps you track unique visitor, page view, location, devices, traffic source, entry pages on your website, all by adding a single script completely from scratch. Pixel is built using Next.js and Insforge. Insforge is a powerful backend platform for agentic engineering with tools like authentication, database, storage, AI model, deployment, and also provide a complete documentation. With Inforge NCP Server, your AI coding agent can create stable, manage all these tools, and even deploy your app, all without leaving your editor. Check out Inforge using the first link in the description. Now let's dive straight to the demo. Also, don't forget to subscribe and share this video. On the landing page, we are going to log in. So just click here. We can click here to log into the app. Then I'm going to sign in with my Google account, and immediately I'm brought to this page. So I've already selected a website. This is my website, techwithima.com, and the page is still loading. So now we can see the unique visitors, total page view, average active time, and bounce rates. And you can click here to change the charts. Then we also have a list of websites here. You can click here to add a new website, and we have the install script where you can copy this and paste it in the head component, and you can scroll like this to see other information. Then we also have filter by. You can filter by last 30 days, and this is going to filter the data and give us the data. At the top corner here, we can change this to dark mode, and on dark mode it looks so beautiful. So below here we can see the location where viewers or the visitor viewed my website from. We can see United States, Canada, and other country, India, and Australia here. Then we can see the devices, laptop, desktop, tab, mobile, and then you can see browsers and OS. And these are the top uh, number of visitors that visited with these devices. Once we scroll here, we have top sources. We have directs, which is number 2 from YouTube, X, Stack Overflow, LinkedIn, and Gumroad and GitHub. And then these are top pages that was visited. The entry page, we have the home page, we have a course, and this is linked to the courses. Then we also have the exist page, and these are the page that the user existed from. So this is how it looks. And to add a new website, you can click here, and I'm going to add, let me add blog.techwithima.com. And if you try to add a website that's already existing, it's going to throw an error. So I'm going to add a unique website. So I'll click on continue, and this is going to it's going to give me the install script. So I can copy this and add it to my website, then click on done, and this will redirect me to blog.techwithima.com. And currently we have no data, and you can see everything is empty. So we can click here to go to dashboard, and there you can see all the websites. You can click here also to add a new website, and you can also check out my website, techwithima.com. You can come over here and also access all of the courses we have on YouTube on the website. So head over to nextjs.org and let's install Next.js. So I'll come over here and copy the command, and let's head over to the code editor. So I'm currently using anti-gravity. So I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to install the Next.js. So I'm going to paste the command, and I'm going to click on enter. Then we should be able to see the version I'm currently using. So let's wait for this to load. So I'm using 16.1.6. So I'm going to say yes. And then this is going to set up Next.js for us. So I'm going to wait for it. So I'm going to type in dots. So this is going to install Next.js in this directory. Then I'm going to go with the recommended default. And let's wait for this to install all the packages here. So let's install Shanty UI into the project. So come over to Shanty UI, UI.shanty.com, click on docs, then select Next.js. Then we can copy this or copy npm Shanty latest in it. So let me head over to the code, and let's install initialize Shanty UI. So I'll clear my terminal. So let me paste it, and I'm going to click on enter. Then this should initialize Shanty UI. So it's going to show up the version I'm currently using. So I'm using 3.8.1. So click on yes. So let's wait for this to add Shanty UI into our project. So I'm going to click on neutral, and then this is going to add the Shanty UI, initialize Shanty UI into our project. So let's add Shanty UI components. So I'm going to click the arrow key, and then I'm going to say add. And this is going to bring out the list of components from Shanty UI. So we're going to add some components. So going to select let's select button group, card, chat, dialog. Let's select drop down menu. We need form input and input group. We need like let me select popover. Select separator, the sidebar skeleton, sonar, spinner. And I think that is all. So I'll pick text area, and then I'm going to click on enter. So this is going to add this into a project. So let's also add the Shanty team. So I'm going to um, it- go into documents. Let's go out of this. Click on get started. Then I should be able to see. Let me scroll to the bottom. We can see dark mode. Yeah, click on dark mode. Click on Next.js. Then let's copy this. I'm going to copy npm install Nest team. So let's head over to the code, and let's wait for this to install all the packages or all the components. So I think it is done. So let's just paste this, and let me click on enter. So this is going to install our Nest team into our project. So if I go to package.json, I should be able to see the version. I'm using 0.4.6. So let's also go back to the browser, and then let's scroll down and copy this. We're going to create team provider. So let's just go into our code, and let's create that inside the component folder, team provider.cxx, and let's paste it here. Save this. So let me collapse all of this. Then let's go back to the browser, and let's scroll down. So we're going to wrap it with the team provider in the body. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to head over to the layout. So let's go to the code. Let's scroll up where we have app layout, and I'm going to scroll down here, and let's paste this here. Let's import from nesting. So I'm going to change this to light. You can set it to dark if you want, or we can change it back to dark. So I'm going to also add a toaster here from UI Sonar, and I'm going to save this. Now let's also change the title of this project. I'm going to change it to Pixel Analytics platform. So simple like that. So now let's also go into the app. Now let's structure the app. So I'm going to come into app, and let's create a group route. I'll call this landing. So this is going to hold the landing page, and here we're going to drag in the page. Let's drag in page inside the landing, and then we're going to create in dashboard. Sorry, dashboard, and dashboard we have a page.txx. So I'll say RAFCE. Okay, I didn't have this inside here, so let me just export constants. page like this. So it's going to be the dashboard. Then we're going to also create layout for dashboard, layout.txx. So I'll go into layout.txx here and let me just copy this. So I'll just copy the root layout, head over back to dashboard, layout, paste it. I'm going to change this to dashboard layout. And then let me remove this theme, everything from here. And something like this is okay. Dashboard layout, and we have passed in the children. So the error should stop. And now let's go into page.cxx and let me change this, remove everything, and let's import the button component from Shanty UI, and let me just say click me. So we need to also change the theme. We need to also change the theme. So inside the global.css, let's go into app global.css. We're going to change this from the default color. So let's head over to Shanty UI. And there's nowhere to find the theme. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say Shanty UI theme. And this will come up here. We can see pick a color. And I'm going to pick orange color here. So just click on copy. And then you should copy this one. So I'll copy this. And let's head over to the code. So I'm going to replace this. So let me reduce this. So if I scroll down, let me collapse the votes. So I'm going to change this to a different color. So I'm going to 0.21, 0.006285.885. Then for the card, I'm just going to use pure black for the card. So I'm going to say 0%. Sorry, 0%. Then I'm going to say 0, 0 like this. So save this. So that's it. So let's head over back into the landing inside the page, and let's run the server to see npm one dev. So this is going to load. Now you should be able to see this button, which is having the orange color. So let's go ahead and work on the landing page. So let's work on the landing page. So go into the app inside the landing page, page.txx, and let's remove the button. So I'm going to add a class name, which is going to be minimum height screen, then flex column. So here we're going to create the header component. So I'll say header, which does not exist yet. So let's come into landing folder, and let's create underscore common here, and let's create a file called header.txx. So I'm going to export, sorry, constant header is equals. So let's create a simple component, and let's just return a div for now. Let's go into the page and let's import the header. Sorry, let me import it here. Remove this. Let's make sure, okay, we didn't export it. So I'll say export default header like this. So the error should stop, and let's go into header. So yeah, I'm going to come over here and let's give this a class name. I'll set it to sticky. Then give it top 0. Let's give it set 50 index, set index, and let's give it full width. Then also give it background, BG background. We are going to give it an opacity of we're going to give it 95. Then we're going to set backdrop backdrop blur, and then we're going to also say support backdrop, backdrop filter, just like this, and give it opacity of 60. And we're not going to give this any um border button. So this is okay, and bring this down so you can see clearly. Then here we're going to have a link. So we're going to have a div first. And this div, we're going to have a class name, which is going to give, we're going to give it a max width of 6XL MX Auto. And then we're going to say flex height 16. And then item center. Let's give it item center here. Height 16. And then justify between. So yeah, I'm going to give this a link. So let's import link from next link, and let's do href to slash. Then we're going to, let's give this a class name. Now let's give this let's create a component for the logo. So I'll call it pixel logo. And let's create a component. So let me import this. And so let's go into component folder and let's create the logo. So I'll say pixel logo.txx. So I'm going to paste the logo. So the logo is pretty so yeah, I'm passing in the class names, show text, and then text class name. So we have the class name, the show text equals to true. Then we have a div flex item center with the passing the class. Then we have a div which holds the SVG, the logo, and here is a simple SVG for the logo. And then we have the class name, sorry, span class name, text extra large, font bold, and text foreground. So just do the same thing, or you can copy from the GitHub, and let's import it here. So below here we're going to have let's give this enough. So I'll say class name, flex one, then hidden. So on medium we're going to say flex, the item center, justify center. Then we can give this gap 6 and P5. Here we can have a link. So let me close this and let's have href. I'll just give this hashtag here. And inside the link, we're going to, let's give this a class name first. And I'll say text small, fonts medium, text muted foreground. Then we can have hover text foreground and transition color. So I will just give this y pixel, and something like this is okay. We can duplicate it and have for pricing and docs, or we can say our community, whatever you want. So this is just to make the header much better. So below here we're going to a div, and this div we're going to have the sign in button and sign up button. So let's say button import that from UI component, UI Shanty UI components. So I'm going to give this a background secondary, and let's call this login. Let's duplicate this and call it sign up. And this is going to be default like this. So I think that is it for the header. So we're going to create a different let's scroll up here and let's create the inside the page. We are going to create the hero section. So let's create the file. So I'll create inside the underscore common and let's say hero.cxx. And then inside here we're going to say constants hero, and let's just return a simple div for now, or a fragment like this is okay. Let's export this default hero, and let's go into the page and let's give this relative, and let's say div class name flex1, and let's import the hero component here, and let's go into the hero. Let me go into the hero, and then I'm going to say div. Let's give this a class name of widthful, bg muted, and py20. Then below here we're going to then a div, and this will have a class name of maximum width. Let's give this 840 pixel, and let's say mx auto like this, and then I think that is okay. Let's go inside here and let's give this h1, and let's say easy to use and privacy friendly like this, and let's give this a class name, and there I'm going to say text for Excel, for medium size we can give this text 6XL, and then font bold, and let's say tracking height, and margin bottom 6 like this. So inside this h1 we're going to give a span, and I'm going to say class name text primary, and then I'll say Google Analytics alternative like this. So below this we're going to have a p tag, and let's give this a class name. Say text large, and then medium we say text extra large. Let's give the text muted foreground, and let's give it margin bottom 8 mx or width 2 xl and mx auto like this. So I'm going to paste description. Then below here we're going to have a div, and then let's give it a class name flex column. On smaller screen from last screen we're going to have front row, sorry, flex row. Yeah, we say item center, justify center, then cap for like this. So here we're going to have a button. We say get started, and there we're going to just have a button again, but this is going to have uh variance outline. And let's import link from next link. let's set the button to stride, and let's say ref. Let's give this hashtag, and then we can just say a live demo, something like this. And I think that is all. So let's check this out. Let's head over to the browser. So now this is it. So we have the hero section and the button. So let's work on the last part of the landing page, the app demo page. So let's head over to the code base, and there I changed this from 840 to 3XL and I added text center. So make sure you do that to fix the positioning. And then let's go scroll down into the page.cxx, and let's create the app card. I'll call this app card. And then let's come down here and let's create the components, the app card.cxx. And then I'm going to paste the app card. So the app card is basically let's change this to div. So we can copy this from the GitHub repo. So we just have a div and a card that shows the image. So I have the image already in the public folder app.png. So I'm going to save this, and let's check this out in a browser, and let's see how it looks. So let me reload this. So it's not showing up. Let me go back to the code and check this. Did I save? Okay, I think I didn't save the page.cxx. So let me import this app card, save this, and let's go back to the browser, and this will show now. You can see the app card is showing now, showing properly. So you can get the this code from the GitHub, and you can just use it in this place. So we are done with the landing page. So let's go and add authentication into our project. We are going to be using Insforge for the authentication and also for database for our project. So to use Insforge, you need to click on the button here to sign up. So I'm going to click on sign up, and you can sign up with your Google or GitHub. So I'm going to use my Google. Once you sign up, you're going to ask to create a new project. So I'm going to call this Pixel, and I'm going to click on create project, and this is going to create a project for us. Now, once you've created a project, it's going to load up the project. So once a project is loaded, then you can be brought to get started. So to get started with Insforge, you need to connect it to your AI coding agent. So you can use it without this. You can go over to user and you can go over to table, but you need to connect it to. So what we can do now is click on this option and select any of the coding agent or editor you're using. So I'm using anti-gravity. You can use that because anti-gravity has a free um, uh, models you can use. So just copy this, and once you copy this, you can click next. So let's go over to the browser, to the code editor, and let's install this. So I'm going to come over to my terminal, and let me cancel my server, and then I'm going to clear this so I can paste it. So once I paste this here, this is going to add it's going to add Insforge into the MPC, so the NCP server into my editor that is anti-gravity. So I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to install Insforge and then add it to, and we're going to see where it add the NCP server. So I'm going to click on yes inside the code editor. So let's wait for this to install. So now you can see that it has added. If I scroll up, we can see that Insforge NCP has now been configured in my anti-gravity editor. So we can come down here, and to check it, just click on this right little icon here. And if I click here, click on NCP servers, Then click on Manage NCP servers and click on View Raw config, and we should be able to see the NCP server has been added. So once you click on Next, you can copy this prompt, and let's head over to the code editor. So I'm going to paste it inside. So you just click on this icon and toggle this to open the agent. And once we do that, let's just paste this. So this is going to like tell the agent to pull the fetch doc2 from the NCP Insforge NCP server. So I'll click on send and let's see what it does. So now you can see that it is accessing the NCP tools, and now you can see that it has fetched all the instructions that is needed. If yours does not do like this, so what you have to do, go back to the NCP server once you've added it, then click on manage server, try and refresh this. So this is going to pull the tools for you. So once you add this and you view this, it's already here. Just try and reload, refresh this. So this will fetch all the tools here. And here you can configure, you can enable or disable the tool if you want. So, so now we've added this. If we go back to the browser, we should be able to see connected here. So you can see NCP connected. Now you can use any of the quick start prompts authentication database. So we can go to authentication. And as you use authentication here, you can see we have different providers. We have Google Auth, we have GitHub. So we also have the configuration. So you can also add different option here. Let's go into Insforge documentation. So just go to doc insforge.dev, and so here we're going to also add, we're going to have the database. So let's scroll down to where we have visualizer. You should be able to see here, you can be able to track all we've done inside the app. Like we are trying to add authentication, and you can see email and password, Google Auth, and like GitHub. But then if you have a new table inside the table, you're going to also see it in this place. So we also have storage here. Um, so let's just quickly go and connect authentication so we can be able to see any user that sign up right in this page. So I'll go back to the documentation, and if you scroll down, you can see let's go into SDK and examples. Then scroll down, we can see UI components, then click on Next.js. Now once you scroll down, we can install Insforge Next.js at latest. So just copy this and let's go back into the code editor and let's install this here. So let's paste it here. So I'm using 1.1.7, and you can install this inside the package. So I'm showing you how to install this to do this manually, but uh you can use your AI agents now to add authentication. You can just ask it to add authentication to the project, and it's going to go ahead and add the authentication because we've already pulled the fetch all the docs. So the AI agent already understood how to use Inforge inside our project. So let's just go back into the documentation again, and let's scroll down and see. So we're going to add in the environment variables. So let's copy this and let's go back. So let's create a .env file. So I'll collapse all this and let's go inside the root directory and say .env, and I'm going to paste it here. And so to get this the Inforge based URL, we can go over to the browser and let's go into the app. Let's go down to settings, and there we can copy the project URL and also the key. So let's copy the project URL first and let's paste it here. And then let's copy the key. So I'll just go back to the browser and let me click on copy. And let's go back to the code editor and let's replace this by this. So now let's wait for the server. I think for the package as install. So now let's go back to the documentation to see what next. So if I go to info doc and let's scroll down, now we need to add the middleware. So let's copy this. So let's go back to the code and let's create the middleware file. So but in Next.js 16, we are going to call this proxy, not middleware. So let's say proxy.txt and let's paste this. So I'm just going to remove this as like this. So let me just keep, oh, sorry. So yeah, I'm just going to use this so the error should stop. Now this is going to make our landing page now require authentication. So that's why we need to add this public route and this slash here. So let's head over to the documentation again and let's add this. So scroll down. Now we need to create the API route. So I'm just going to copy this and let's go into, so we're going to create auth API auth route.txt. So let's go into the code and let's go into the app folder and let's create API and then we're going to say auth and let's create routes.txt and let's paste this here. So I'm just going to remove this like this and let's go back to the browser again and let's scroll down. Now we need to create in the provider, so I'll just copy providers.txt and let's copy this code and let's go back to the code. So inside the components I'll just create that inside here. Inside here I might call it Insforge provider, Insforge provider.txx and let's just paste it here. So just remove this. So we need to first of all also create the lib, configure the Insforge in the lib folder. So let's go back to the documentation again. Let's scroll up and we should be able to see where we. So let me scroll down. So we can just come over to TypeScript here and let's scroll down. So this is what we need to create inside the lib folder. So let's go over to the document to the code editor and let's go into the lib and let's create the file. So say Inforge a client. So this is going to be used for the client side. So I'm just going to, sorry, I'm going to paste it here. So now I've pasted it here. So I'll just change this to next public like this. So we've created the client side. Let's also create for the server side. So I'll say Insforge server.txt and let me paste that here. So for the TX, we need to get the auth from the Insforge Next.js and get the token. Then we can pass in the token to the edge functions, edge function token. So to see that, let's go back to the browser or to the documentation. If you go back to Next.js, the component, if you scroll down, we can see how it was used here. In the backend, you can see that we use this to authenticate to get the token from the user, and then we can pass it inside the edge function token. Then we can use Insforge now to connect to the database or to use the AI chat which is provided by Insforge. So that is it. So now the next thing we're going to look at is how to use it inside the app. So first, let me scroll back to where we have to wrap. We have to wrap the provider with the inside the layout. Then we can use the sign out sign out button, then sign in and sign in button, sign in component, sorry. Then we can also use the use auth if you want. Then you can also use the use user if you also want to use this too. So let's just go and wrap this inside the layout. So I'll copy this and let me head over to the code. So inside the layout, so inside the provider, so this should, let me change this to Insforge clients, save this, and after sign in, yeah, let us go to slash dashboard. So let's go into the layout. So I'm just going to wrap everything like this. Also, yeah. And let's import this. So now let's go into the landing page, sorry, header. And there we're going to use it inside where we have the login button and also the sign up. So I'm just going to change this to this. So I'm going to import button, sign in button from, we're going to import that from Insforge Next.js. Then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to say sign in, sign up button. And let's move this inside here. So now below this, we're going to say if sign in components, we're going to import sign in, signed in. So if we sign in, we can also import the user button from Insforge Next.js. Then let's also have a button here. I will call say vagrant outline, and I'm going to say link let's say ref slash dashboard. Let's sorry, I think I made spelling here is wrong. So like this, and let's also add a stride here, and there we can just say dashboard like this. So now we can also use this inside the layout, inside the hue, where we have the get started. I can just say signed up. Sorry, not signed up, sign up button. And let me remove this. So make sure everything is correct. And let's run our server. So say npm run dev. So now the server is running and we can go over to localhost 3000. So now let's click on login or sign up. So I'll click on login and this should take us to Insforge authentication page where we can type in the our email and password. So I'll just use Google. So now I've used Google to log in and now this should take me to the dashboard. You can see that's taking me to localhost 3000. And if I go back to now we should be able to see, yeah, we should be able to see. So I need to hide this. I don't know why this is showing. So let me go back into my code and that button should hide. So I'll go back into the header. So I missed out something. I'm supposed to have the signed out. So the same way I have once you sign in, this button should the user button and the dashboard to show. But once you signed out, then we should be able to see the sign in button and the sign out button. So just correct that and let's go back to the code to the browser and now uh let's just read it. Okay, now we can see the user. Click here to take you to the dashboard page. And if we go over to our info dashboard, and if I go over to users, we should be able to see a new user is signed in as sign up. So let's wait for this to load. Now we can see the user is already added. And we can see the provider I use. So now let's go and then work on the dashboard layout of this project. So let's go into the app And inside the dashboard, now we're going to work on the dashboard layout. So I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to call this underscore common. So inside the layout, I'm going to replace this with the sidebar. So I'm going to import sidebar from the UI components. So I'm just going to do that here. So let me just paste that here. So let me import sidebar provider. Then for now, let me just comment the footer and the header. So I'm going to now work on the app sidebar. So just do the same thing, class name with maximum width is Excel, MX Flex, and Flex column, and also for the children here. So inside it, save this and let's go into the common folder. Let's say app sidebar.txx. So here, let's say export constant. So let me use constant app sidebar. Let me just return. So yeah, I'm going to import sidebar from UI sidebar, and let's import sidebar header. Let's import link from next link. Let's say ref slash dashboard, and then let's import pixel. Let me see pixel logo. Let's give this text class name. I'll say text white like this. So let me also export this. Export default app sidebar. So yeah, we're going to have the items. We're going to loop through the sidebar content. So let me sorry, sidebar contents. So I'll just paste it here. So let me import the icon home from Lucy React. Now let's import setting. So inside the contents, we're going to just say sidebar group, and let's say sidebar group contents. And let's map through the items.map item, and let's just return, and let's import sidebar menu item. Let's pass key, say title, say item.title, and let's import sidebar menu button. So I'm going to say astride, and let's import link from next link. Okay, we've already done that. So say ref, sorry, say item.url, and there we can say item.icon, and then span. We can say item dot title. So let's write title here like this. So we are done with the half sidebar. So let's head over to the layout. Let's import the app sidebar. Now let's work on the header components. So I'm going to open inside the common folder again. I'm going to say header.txx, and there I'm going to say import, constant header to create a simple React component. Then let's return. So here for the dashboard, we're going to import the use auth, so we can be able to know if the user is signed in. So I'm going to say constant, let's say use auth, So we import that from Insforge Next.js. So I'm going to say is signed in and then is loaded. So we can also get the user, so constants or no need for this. So let's find a div here. I'll say class name, let's change this to header of div. Then yeah, I'm going to give this as a width full, set index 50, then padding top 3, padding bottom 7. Then we're going to give it a PG background. So inside the header, we're going to have a div with a class name uh, of flex height 14, item center, and then justify between. Sorry, justify between. Then here we're going to have, I'm going to say div, and let's import the sidebar trigger. It's a sidebar trigger. This is going to be a self-close tag. Then here we're going to have a div and have a class name flex item center gap 2. So let's also check if it's signed in and it's loaded, then we can import the user button. So I'm just going to say mode simple like this. So you can use this use auth, or you can just go back to, if you go to layout, sorry, landing page, so say index landing page, we can see how we use the sign in component. You can use this and render the user button, or you can use the use auth from Insforge to get the signed in and it's loaded. So now we're going to also have the dark mode button here. So I'm going to go into my components and let's create a component. I'm going to say dark toggle. So I'm just going to paste. So like this, I'll just change this to dark mode toggle like this. So now you can see I just have a drop down with a button, then light dark or system mode. So very simple. And then I can just use it inside the header components. So I'll scroll down to headers and I'm just going to call it here. And let's import this. Let's export the default header and save this. So let's go into layout and let's import header. So let's work on the footer components. So I'll create the footer. Let me create the footer, or let's create it here. .txx. So I'm just going to paste the footer. So let me import the logo. So it's very simple. So I'm just going to copy and go into the layout and let's import the footer. So now inside the page component, let's test this out. So I'm just going to collapse everything and I'm going to make sure my server is running. So I think we have an issue here. So use auth. So let me check. So inside the components header, Let me try and add use clients here. Save this and let's see. So it's working fine. So let's head over to the browser. And now we should be able to. So now we can see that I have the the user button here and the toggle to dark mode or toggle to light mode. So let me fix the sidebar. So let's go back to the code, and inside the sidebar here, I'm going to change this. I'm going to replace sidebar to use the dark mode on. So I'm just going to scroll down here and let me copy this. I'll just paste it here like this. Then make sure the sidebar, this is the color here. So once you have done that, let's go back to the browser and then let me reload. Let's see. So it's still having the same issue. So let me look at it. So go back. So I think I need to change this. So I've changed the sidebar to dark color. So I'm going to change this to a light color. So I'm just going to say sidebar foreground to this color. So you can just you can copy all of this from the GitHub repo. So let's check this out again. Hopefully this should work. So let me try and reload and see. So now it's working. So we can see the dashboard and the setting. So let's go and work on the card here on this space. So I'm just going to the top part of the dashboard. So I'm going to go back to the code and then let's go into the page.txx. So I'll collapse everything here. Let's go into app. Let's go into dashboard, page.txx. So now we are going to have a class name here. So I'll give this space y8. Then I'm going to give this maximum width 7xl mx, or let's just give it width full like this. Then minimum height screen. So yeah, I'm going to define a div here, and this will have a class name, flex column. Medium screen we're going to have flex row. So yeah, we're going to also have medium. We're going to have item center, justify between, gap for, and then border and bottom. Let's also give this border, and then padding bottom 8. So yeah, we're going to have a div. I'll give this a class name, a space, sorry, space y1. Then we're going to have an h1 tag where we're going to say websites. So we're going to have a class name, text 3xl, font bold, and then we're going to say tracking tight. So again, letter spacing. So let's give it tight like this. And then let's give this below it. We're going to have a p tag paragraph. We're going to give this a class name of text muted foreground. Then we're going to give this a size of text small. So yeah, going to paste it here. Then after the div, we're going to have a button, and let's import the button from Shanty UI. So import the button, and let's import icon plus icon from Lucy React. Let's give this a class name. Sorry, for size 4. and then we're going to say add websites by this. So let's check this out. Now we can see, okay, we have some space here. We need to give some space below the website's description or below the paragraph. So let's go back. So I think it's because of this. I'm going to remove this and let's go back to the browser and let's check this out. Now we can see the website and the button to add website. So let's go and work on the button to add a website. So we're going to show a dialog. Once we click on the add website button, we're going to display a dialog where the user can type in the website name, the website link, and then add it to the database. So we're going to work on the database first. We're going to create a table inside our Insforge account. Inside the table, we're going to create a table where we're going to store all the websites the users on our platform is going to add. So let's create a table for the websites. So we're going to be using agent AI agent to do that since we've already added the Inforge MCP server. So I can just easily ask the AI agent to say list the tables in Insforge. So this is going to call the Inforge tools and it's going to give me the list of tables. But we don't have any tables, so I just wanted the AI agent to fetch and then see if it can get all the tables. So say no tables, you can see no tables. So now let's ask it to create a table. So I'm going to say create a table, a website table with the ID. Um, we say domain site ID created at and updated at, or let's leave created at and let's see. So create a website table that has the ID domain site ID. So just say site ID, then created at and user underscore ID as a relationship as a foreign key as a foreign key. So let's see if this is going to work. So let me click on send. Now let's watch how Inforge is going to create the table for us. So let's see, it's running the raw SQL. Now we can see that it has created the table website, it has created the website table. So we have the ID which is auto-generated. We have the domain which is which is unique. Then we have the site ID. Then we have created that and foreign key linking to the auth user table. So this is great. So let's go to the browser and let's go into the account and let's look at now we can see the website table. We have the ID, we have the domain, we have the site ID, we have created that, and we have the user ID. So let me try and edit this now. We can see that if you click on the edit, if you click on this edit here, you should be able to see the website's name. You can edit the table if you want. Then we can see the ID, we can see created that, we have the domain, we have the user ID which is linked to the auth users, the authentication. You can see there, you can see the foreign key user ID linked to auth user ID, and that is it. So now we have our table. Now let's go ahead and create the server action to create a new website. So I'm going to add a new website, sorry. So in the app here, I'm going to create an action and I'm going to create website.txt here. So now let's set it to use server and then let's say export export async function. So I'll say add website. We're going to pass in the domain string. And now let's use the server. If you search for Inforge server.txt, we're going to make use of this to get the authenticated client. So I'll say Insforge is equals to await. So paste this and let's import it from the lib folder. So now we can also then say constant await Inforge dot auth dot get current user. So we're going to say if not data dot user. Let's get the data here. Then we're going to say return error unauthorized like this. So let's also duplicate this. Now we can also do for the domain. We can say if there's no domain pass, if not domain, let's say domain is required. So now we can say constant user ID is equals to data dot user dot ID like this. Now let's check if the domain exists. So check if the domain exists. So say constant is equals to await Insforge dot database dot from. So we have the websites. So we're going to say select the ID. Now we're going to say dot equal domain like this. Now we're going to say dot single, so it's virtually one. Now let's say data. I'll just change this to existing data. I say if existing data, then let's return error domain already registered. So now we're going to generate a unique ID for the site ID, like we created a column for that. So I'm going to use node ID. So let's quickly install that. So I'll say npm uh npm install npm install nanoid. So let's wait for this to install. I think I make sorry, this should be lowercase. Now we can see let's run the server. So now let's import that. So well, I'm going to say constant site ID. So I'm going to say every site ID will start with a p tag with a p letter. Then we're going to say nanoid like this. So for this, let me import this. Then I'm going to say that to uppercase. So now if you have this, now let's insert the data into the DB. So I'll say await Inforge dot database dot from websites dot insert. So let's insert the domain. Then we need to also pass in the user underscore ID, which is going to be user ID. Then we have sites underscore ID, which is site ID. like this. So we say dot select, then dot single. So here we're going to get data, which we're going to call websites. And then we're going to also get error here. So if error, then return error failed to create websites or to add websites. If it's successful, you can just say return success true. Then we can pass in websites. Yeah. So we are done with the server action. So we're going to use this inside the page.txs. So let's go into dashboard page.txs, and we are going to create the add website dialog. So let's do that inside the common folder. So let's say add website dialog .cxx. So RASCE add websites dialog like this. So in order to use server action, we're going to use Tanstack React Query. So let's install Tanstack React Query. So I'll cancel my server. So I'm using Tanstack React Query 5.90.20. So let's install this. So once it's installed, we're going to create the query provider and wrap it with our layer inside our layout. So, okay, so it's done. So let me run the server, and let's go into the components, and let's create query provider.cxx, and then I'm just going to paste this. So we're going to use the use client and import query client and query client provider. Then we're going to use the use state to we're going to set the new query client inside here. Then we're going to pass in the query client inside the query client provider like this, and let's copy this query client provider, and let's go into layout, and let's wrap everything here. So I'll just move this inside. Let me import this, then I'll move this like this. So like this. So let query provider be at the top and this inside. So now we are done with this. So let's go into dashboard common add website dialog, and there we are going to first of all. So let's label this use clients, and let's check if we've installed sort. So I'll check package.json. Okay, we've installed sort. So let's go back. So at top here, I'm going to add a validation for the domain. So I'm going to say schema is equals to z the object. So let's import z from Zor, and we say sort. Yeah. So I'm going to say domain z a string the minimum one. That will say domain is required. Yeah, we're going to use regular expression to match the domain passed by the user. So let me paste it here. So we're going to pass this and then invalid domain. Now we are going to have the type. So I'm going to set type here. Let's say props type. This is going to be we're going to have open, which is going to be boolean. Then on open change is going to be we'll say open, which is of type boolean. We're going to return void here. So let's use this. Yeah, and let's get open, then open change like this. So yeah, I'm going to get router. So let's get router from use router from router navigation. So let me import router. So let's also import constant query client from use query client. Answer cross query. Then we're going to define some states here. So I'm just going to paste it. So let me import let's import use state from here. From React. Then we're going to also set, also add is loading. Then set is loading. It's going to be use state, then false like this. Now we're going to have two steps. We're going to have where the user is going to type in the domain and submit. Then once the user type in this domain and submit it to the backend save and return the data, we're going to need the website ID, and we're going to need the website ID to navigate the user to the single website page. Then we need a site ID. We need the domain too. So we're going to add the domain and the site ID inside the script tag. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create the script tag. So I'm going to say constant script. Then this is going to be equals to get script. So we're going to define the function where we're going to pass in the domain and the site ID. So let's create the function to get the script tag. So I'm going to say let's go into constants. Let's create a folder. Constants. So inside the constant, I'm just going to say constants.txt. And inside the env first, let's define the app route. So I'm just going to say app URL is equals to HTTP localhost 3000. Then inside the constant, we are going to say a constant. Let's say export first, export constant. Then we're going to say get scripts. It's a domain which is of type string. Then site ID of type string, and let's return. Let's use this and let's say scripts data dash domain is equals to let's say domain. Then we can say data site ID is going to be equals to site ID. Now we're going to say SRC. So to define the SRC, let's just do this here. I'll just say constants scripts uh, scripts URL is equals to process.env dot let's copy this next public URL. paste it here. Now for the path, I'm going to create a script tag inside a public folder. So I'm going to create JX, and inside JS, I'm going to say pixel.jx here. So this is going to be the path to the script. So let me remove this, and let's say jx/pixel.jx here. So let's copy the script URL, and then let's pass it here. Like this, and let's also say a differ, and let's close this, close the script like this. Sorry, it's, like this. So we have the scripts. Um, we have the domain, this the site ID, the script URL, and like this. So let's use the get script inside. So I will import this now from here. So below here we're going to import form. Uh let's import Zord resolver from hook form resolver. So say resolvers resolver. Then let's scroll. We're going to also import um use from React hook form. So resolver, sorry, resolvers. So like this, the error should stop. So yeah, I'm going to just import that here. I'm going to bring them here, and now we need to set the values, the form values. So I'm going to say type form values is equals to z.interfere type of schema. So now we have the register. Let me remove this. We have the handle submit, we have the error, we have the form, and we have set the resolver, and then the sort resolver and pass in the schema. So let's define the constant on submit, which is going to be equals to async. Let's the structure here, get the domain. Let's set default value. Let's not forget that. Default values, domain, empty string. So say form form values. And then let's just return this. So let's use try catch. And then I'm going to say set is loading to true. Then we can say constant response is equals to await. Then let's import the add website server action. Then we can pass in domain. Let's say if response error, then we can use toast dot error. So let's import toast from Sonar. Then we say error, and we can pass in response dot error, and let's just return like this. I can say let's say set is loading to false. Yeah. So we can also now if we pass through this, if we bypass this, then we can use the query client that invalidates queries. Let's say query key. So we're going to create the server. We're going to create the server function to get all the websites. So once we create a new website, this is going to invalidate the use query for the website. So we're going to use the query client. We're going to use the use query to fetch the website. So let's do it here. Then we're going to say set domain response dot websites dot domain. Then we can say set website ID. We can say response dot website dot ID. So duplicate this and let's have a site ID. Let's say website dot site underscore ID. And now we can say set step to script. So if there's anything wrong, we can say toast the error something went wrong. We can use the let's remove this is loading, or we can use the is submitting from here. Is submitting. So let's try that and see if that will work. So I'm going to also copy this and just set let's set this loading here to false. So now we have this. Now let's also define the function to copy the scripts in the second step. So I'll say copy scripts is going to be equals to async await navigator dot clipboard dot write text scripts, then set copied to true, then set timeout. Let's say set copied to false. So now let's define the UI. So I'm going to change this to dialog. So let's import dialog function to UI and let's pass open, open change, open change. So let's also say dialog contents. Let's give this a class name. It's a small maximum width, large. Then let's say its type is equals to form. Then let's say else step is equals to fine. Let's keep this as empty like this. So let's define dialog header and let's also have dialog title and let's say add websites. Then let's also have dialog description. And you say enter your website domain to start tracking like this. So once we have the header, now we can define the form. They will say on submit. There is a form. Okay, so we already have the handle submit. Then we can pass in on submit here. So class name is going to be space y4. So let's uh have a div here. I'm going to also give this class name space y2. So let's import input group from Shanty UI from UI group. Let's also import input group add-on. And then I'm going to just say HTTP like this. Let's say HTTPS. Then let's import input group input. So let's say placeholder. You can say example.com. Then we say register domain like this. So below the input group, we can use error.domain and let's say p tag, give us a class name, text small, let's red, or let's use text structure, and let's say error.domain message like this. Then below here, we're going to have a button. So I'm just going to say, let's import button. Then let's import spinner. So now we've added this here. Now let's collapse this. And there we're going to say a step is equals to script. Let's say now here like this as a default. So yeah, I'm going to also copy the header. So let's copy the header. Yeah, we're going to use the fragments first. So let me paste it here. And then I'm going to change this from add website to install and tracking scripts. And then I'm just going to say paste this inside your website. And I'm going to use the code tag and let's say head here. So replace the head and add the less than greater than like this to look like a tag. Then below here we're going to have a div, give this a class name, relative, margin top 4, maximum width medium. So let's use the pre tag and let's use code scripts like this. So let's give this a class name, bg muted, padding 4, rounded, large, text small, overflow, x auto, And then below this pre tag, we're going to have a button. Okay, size small. Let's also give it outline. Variant outline. So let me change this to icons, small icon. Let's do it like this. Then we say class name, absolute, top two, then right two. Now we can say on click, on copy, copy script. So the copy script function. So now we're going to say if copied, then we can use the check icon from Lucy React. Let's give the size of 16. And we can say let's import the copy icon too. And let's give the size 16 like this. So below this, I'm going to write a p tag here, and I'm going to give this a class name, text small, text muted, foreground, margin top 2, and then I'm going to say domain. Let's use a strong tag, and let's say domain. Like this. So below here, I'm going to say a button. I'm going to define a button here, and I'm going to say class name, margin top 4, width full, and I'm going to say done. So let's define a function for done. So I'm going to do that below here. So done is going to close the dialog, then redirect the user to dashboard, website ID, then change the step to form. So let's copy the undone, and let's say on click undone like this. So we are done with this. So let's quickly create a let's say website ID page. Sorry, inside here we're going to say page.cxx RASE page. Or let's save it as page, or just say websites page. So save this and make sure your server is running. So let's go into the common folder, add that website dialog, and let's copy the add website dialog. Let's go into the page.cxx. Yeah, okay, yes, yeah. So I'm just going to add this. Sorry, I need to wrap this. Like this. Then below here, I'm going to say add websites dialog. Let's add open and set open use states. And let's pass in open. And then on open change set open like this. So let's go and so the server is running. So let's check this out. So I'll go out to the browser So now it has opened. So if we go back to the code editor, don't forget to add use client to this page. Sorry, use client. So add use client here so that this is not going to throw an error. So once you do that, let's go back to the browser. And now let's try and add a website. So I'm going to click on add. Okay, sorry, I didn't connect it to the add button. So let's go back. I will say set open and let's say on click and let's set it to true like this. Save this and let's go back to the browser and then let me reload this. Make sure everything is working fine. So let me try it. I'm going to click on the add button. Now let me add locals 3000. Let's see. So I'll click on continue. Say invalid domain. Locals 3000. Invalid domain. So let me just add a very simple. Let me use my domain tech tech with emma.com. And let's see. So I'm going to click on continue. So you can see that it's loading. Then once it's a fail to add website. So let me check this now. Let's go back to the code. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into the app inside the app folder, then inside action, and let me try and check the terminal. There's no error there. So I'm going to console. Let me console.log. Um, let me console.log website and error like this. So let's see. So I'm going to go back and let's try it again. So add a website, paste it domain.com, click on continue, and let's wait and see. So we can check. Okay, we can see there's an error. So let's go back to the code and let me check my terminal. Okay, we can see table website. So let me confirm this is correct. If I go back here, we can see websites. So let me go back to the code. Okay, something is now here. Okay, okay. Let me console the log domain. So after going through this, I found the issue. So the issue was that the user was not coming through. So the user data was empty. So what I did is let's go back into the get authenticated client, which is inside the Insforge server. So if you scroll down to the folder, we have the Insforge server.txt. So what I did was I got the user from the auth, also the token. So we are having the Insforge, which is the client. They will also pass in the user. So do this, get the token and the user and pass it in the return. So we can use this to query to call the database, and then we can get the user ID and user data. So save this and let's return back. We can leave everything the same way it is. So I'm going to clear out all the console log and everything is okay now. So make sure the server is running. And let's go back to the browser. And let me try and add the website now. So techwithemma.com, click on continue. And then this should go through. Now you can see that it went through. We can see domain techwithemma.com. and for some reason the site ID is wrong. It's showing p object. So let me check this. So it's the same thing. So I'm going to go and fix. Let me delete this record, close this, and let me go back and check this. So the problem is coming from the imports. So I'm going to cover the imports, and let's head back and let's try again. So I'm going to click on websites. So let me reload this. So let me click on websites, select equitymath.com, click on continue, and let's wait. So now we can see the ID, we can see the site ID, the domain, and the paths to the script. So you can click here to copy. Once you click on done, this will take you to the single website page. If I click done, this should navigate me. Now you can see dashboard slash the website ID. So let's go back to dashboard. Now let's go and work on the website to the work on this page to get all the websites. So let's work on the server action to get all the websites. So before we do that, let's go to add website dialog. So I've added localhost to the regular expression. So just update it so we can also support localhost. So now let's go into action web.cx, and there I'm just going to collapse this. Then I'm going to say export async function get websites. And then we're going to let's copy this, paste it here. Now we can also get a user ID. So we're going to use the same thing. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So we don't need the domain. So I'm going to say equals to user underscore ID, then user dot ID. We can do that here, constant. Oh, let's leave it like this. Then I'm going to say select asterisk. So this is going to select all. Then we're going to change this instead of single, we're going to say order created underscore at. Then we're going to say ascending first, like this. So we can still let's change this to websites and get error here. So say if error return error failed to fetch websites. Then we say return websites here. Like this. I think that is okay. So now let's go into the dashboard page. So make sure this is use clients, and now we're going to make use of it here. So let's import our use query. So I'll say constant use query from stack create query, and let's pass in the query key. So let me just set this to object like this, query key. And then I'm going to call this website. So it must let it be the same thing with what we set inside the add websites here. So inside on submit we have websites, and then we can use query function async And then we can call the server action as a constant response is equals to await get website. And let's import get website from a server action. We say if response dot error, then we can throw new error response error like this, and let's return response dot websites. So now we can get data and then it's loading. So below this div, I'm going to collapse the top side. Here we're going to say if it's loading, then let's create a skeleton. So I'm going to say div and then I'm going to give it a class name. I'm going to say grid column 1. Then on medium, we're going to say grid column 2. Last screen, we're going to say grid column 3. And let's give gap 6. The margin bottom 6. I should say margin top 6. Then so here we can say, then here we're going to use array form so we can display a skeleton. So I'm going to import a skeleton from UI skeleton. I'm going to just remove this element pause and pg muted. So here we're going to say if not data or data.length is equals to 0, then we're going to show an empty state. So I'm going to say import empty. So we didn't add that, so let me quickly add that. So I'll cancel my server and say npx shanty add empty like this. So it has installed. So it has added the empty state. Sorry, let me run the server and let's use it inside here. So let's go down here and let's import empty from UI empty. Now let's import empty header and let's import empty media. So yeah, I'm going to say variant icon. Then we're going to, sorry, let's give this a class name. It's a size 16, rounded, full, PG primary, opacity of 0.5. Then let's give this text color, text primary, 40. Now let's import layouts. Should we use layouts on website? Let me use globe. Globe icon from Lucy React. And let's give this class name size 10. So below this, we're going to have the empty title. I'm going to say no websites found. Then we have the descriptions, the empty description. Then empty descriptions, I'm going to paste it. Then below the empty header, we're going to have the empty content. And here we just have a button. We say add websites, and this also have, let's say, variants outline, and then we can say on click set open true. So add websites, should we use the plus sign? The plus, let's use this too. I'll copy this. So let me collapse this again. Uh, let's paste it here. So yeah, I'm going to, and then I'm going to like this. So let's define a div here. So yeah, I'm going to copy the grid here. So just copy this. Scroll down, paste it here. Sorry, class name. So yeah, we're going to say data dot map item. So let's import link from next link. It's a ref slash dashboard slash item dot id. So let's give this a class name. It's a class name, group block. So yeah, we're going to import card from UI card. Let's give it class name, height full, uh, let's height full, let's say hover, border, primary. There's a transition, or sorry, and duration. Let's give this 300. So inside the card, we're going to also import card header, and there we're going to just give this class name, padding bottom is 0. So let's have a div here. We give this a class name. It's a flex item center, uh, gap 3, the margin bottom 2. Let's also give a div here. Let's call this. Let's give this a class name. We say padding 2, the rounded Excel BG primary opacity of 1.0, 0.1, sorry. Then we say text primary. Then let's use the group hover BG primary. Then group hover again, text white. Then transition colors. Then duration 300. Now let's import globe, and let's give this a class name of size 5. So here we're going to say card title, uh, let's give this a class name. Text extra large or font bold. Let's say truncate padding right 8. Now we can use the group over. Let's say text primary transition colors like this. So here inside the inside the card title, we can say item dot domain. So below the header, we are going to have the card contents. So let's give this class name padding 6 and padding top 4. So we have a div. I'll give this a class name. I'll say flex item center gap 2 text small text muted foreground font medium, and let's import the calendar icon from Lucy Reacts, and let's give it a class name of size 3.5. Then I'm going to also define a span element. Then let's say added. We're going to format this. So let's make sure. Let me check if we installed date function. So let me quickly install dates npm install dates npm install dates fnx. So this has installed. So let's run the server and let's head over back to page.cxx. So just set format new date item, just create item. So I'll just scroll back up and let me import. So import dates fns. Sorry, not date fns format from dates fns. So after that, we are going to below here. I'm going to just paste this. So this is Magento Flex Ident Center. Then Flex, sorry, text extra small font semi bold text primary underline offset 4, and then group hover declaration primary, just like this. Now we have the add button dialog. So we are done with this. So let's test it out. Make sure the server is running. Now we can see the website is showing here. So let me try and add a new website. So I'm going to add localhost 3000, then click on continue. And once it's saved, now we can see localhost 3000. So I'm going to close this. Now we can see localhost 3000. If we click on it, this will take you to the website, single website that local 3000. So also like so we are done with the fetching all the websites. So let's go ahead and work on the single website page. So let's start working on the website on a single website page. So I'll go into website ID, and inside here I'm going to import. I'm going to set a state to handle the date range. So I'm going to just import that. Let's import this from date function, date fns, and then we're going to import this date range from date picker. So I'm going to say react date picker. So I think this is not installed. So what we can do, we can add the calendar if possible. So let me just add the calendar. function to UI, which is going to add the React date picker. So let's wait for this. So I've added the calendar. So now the error should stop. So let me run my server. So the next thing we're going to do is let's give this a class name. Let's say widthful flex column and then space y1. So I'm going to delete the website page inside this, and then so what we are going to do, we are going to define the top bar. So I'm going to call it main top bar. So this is going to be the top bar. Then we're going to have a div here, which is going to have a class name, widthful space y4 and padding button 4. So here we're going to have the analytics chart. So we're going to be creating them one after the other. Analytics chart. So let me comment this out. Then below here we're going to also have a div which is going to hold the locations. Then also the devices. And then we're going to have the last two components we're going to create, which is going to be the top sources, and then the top pages. So let's just add a class for now. So grid column, last screen we say grid column 2 and gap 4. So let's copy the same thing. So copy it like this, and let's paste it here too. So the first thing we're going to create the main top bar. So let's uncomment this and let's pass in the date range. So say date range. Say dates range. Then we should have set date range, set date range like this. So let's create the components inside the common folder. So I'll say main top bar.cxx RAFCE like this. So let's paste it here and let's import this. So let's go into the component and start working inside the main and to. So let's define the prop type. So I'll say type props. So date range is of type date range or undefined. I just say undefined here. Then we have set date range. So I think this is wrong. Let me add it here. Undefined date range. Then we say range. So this is going to be of type date range. And let's return void. Okay, the error should stop. So now let's pass it here. We can pass the prop here. It's a props like this. So this is we can still leave it like this. So whichever one you want, I can leave it like this or leave the other way you want. So let's get the date range and set date range and the error stop. So now for the date range, we are going to have list of the date range. So I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to call this date range presets. So we're going to have 7 days, 30 days, month to date, year to date, last 12 months. And these are the presets, so the keys and the label. And these are the types of the keys. So we're going to use this inside here. So we are going to also fetch the website. We're going to show the website in a drop down and also the date range. So here and what I'm going to do, I'm going to let me first of all below here let me get the website ID from the use param. So I'm going to set this to use client first, and then here I'm going to get the website. Let's import this. So now we're going to get. Let me go into the website um page dashboard, and let me copy this. Let me paste it here. So let's import this. So once you've imported it, let's also add empty array like this here. So here we're going to filter to get the okay, using the website ID, we're going to get the current website. So I'm just going to do that here. So let's add a class name here. Then inside the item, we're going to say span. Let's give it a class name. So in the class name, we're going to say item.id is equals to, let's use cn instead. So let me import cn. I'll say item.id is equals to website ID. Then we are going to say font semi-bold. Else empty string. So yeah, let's say we're going to say item.domain like this. So yeah, we're going to say item. So just the same thing, we're going to copy this, paste it here, and we're going to say if this is true, then we're going to import the check icon from Lucy React, and let's give this size, a class name, size 4, like this is okay. So below here we're going to say data dot length is equals to 0. Then we can just throw a div with no websites found. So that is it. So let's also have a drop down separator. So I'll copy this, I'll paste it here. Then I'm going to say drop down menu item. Here I'm going to use plus icon from Lucy React. Let's give it a class name, size 4. Then let's expand, add websites, add new websites like this. So we're going to bring in that dialog. So I'm going to go into page dashboard. Let's copy this state. And let's scroll down and copy these two. So scroll down and let's add it here. So I'm going to also I'm going to paste the state too. Let's import use. So make sure you've add use client here. So let me import this. Then yeah, we're going to add it here. So on select on select, we're going to say set open true like this. Then let's give this a class name. So I'm going to just paste this, and that is all for this drop down menu. So let's move on. So after this, we're going to track for the current visitor. So I'm going to, for now, we're not going to integrate anything. I'm just going to create the UI. So I'm going to say div class name flex item center gap 2 and text small. So yeah, I'm just going to create a green icon here. So I'm going to make this a self close. Say class name size 2 rounded full. Then we can give this a background color of green 500 and animate pause, or we can say pink anyone. Then here I will just say 0. Let's wrap this in a span tag. So I'll say 0 current of visitor like this. So let's give this a class name of text foreground like this. So the next thing we are going to also work on, let me bring this down. Um, so I'm going to first of all, I need to wrap these two together. So I will say div and let me close this div. So now the next thing we're going to do is to show a button that shows the installation scripts. Remember, we have the script only when you add the new websites. What if the user wants to like see the script again and copy it? So we're going to have an installation script here. So I'm just going to say a div. So it's going to be a UI where you click to show the installation script and to show, and then you can close it. So I'm just going to say class name flex item center gap 2. So let's import button. So let's say size small. We're going to also have a vagrant. And what we want to do is when you toggle to show the installation, uh it's going to have a variant of secondary. Then if not, it's going to set it to ghost. So I'm going to create a state here. I'm going to call it show installation set show installation. So I'm going to use that here. Say show installation guide, and then I'm going to say this should be secondary else ghost. So let's add on click to here. On click, I say set show um show guide. I'll just say show installation like this. So let's come inside the button and let's use show installation guide. Then I'm going to show an icon, X icon from Lucy React. Let's give it a class name of size 4. Then else I'm going to show a code icon from Lucy React, and let's also give the class name size 4 like this. So below here we can say span tag, and let's say show installation guide. If it's true, then we will say close, else sorry, else we say install scripts like this. So we are done with this button. So below here we're going to have uh let's have a let me should I do it here? No, let's move this. Okay, everything should be inside here. So I'm going to have a div, or let's not have a div here. Let's have a span tag as a filter. Then we're going to have uh, a search icon, and let's give this a class name of size 4. Let's also give this a class name of text foreground, and let's give this cap a 2. Let's add flex item center like this. So now we're going to have the popover. So let's import popover from UI popover. So here we're going to also import popover trigger from UI popover trigger from UI popover. Let's set this to as child. We're going to have a button. Let's set a variant. I'm going to set this to ghost. Now I'm going to also give it a class name. I'll say height 9, border 0, and then I'm going to say BG secondary, then text foreground. So yeah, I think I should also add height 9 here. So like this. So yeah, we're going to have an icon, say calendar from Lucy React, calendar icon. Then let's say class name, size 4. So now we have a span tag here, which we're going to use the presets, and we're going to use it to find. So let's define a state here at the top that holds the preset. So I'm going to paste it here. So the default is month to date. So let's continue. So we're going to say find preset where preset the key is equals to active presets dot label, or we have the selected dates range. So let's also have an icon here, a chevron down icon with size 4. Then below this, we're going to have the popover, but the popover content for URL popover. Let's give it a class name of width 48 and padding 2. Let's also give it an align this to the end. So below here we're going to have a div. I'll say class name space y1, and let's look through the presets. So I'll say presets dot map presets, and let's return button. Let's give this a key of presets dot key variants ghost size small class name. So let's import cn, and let's give it widthful justify stats, and then let's add comma here. We'll say active presets. Then we'll say equals to presets dot key. Then we're going to set the color to BJ primary. Then else so before the else we also need to add text primary. So I'm going to say else empty string like this. So here we're going to just pass in the label, the preset label, the label. Right, so we need to set the on click here. So when we click this, we're going to set the date range. So I'll come below here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert this into a date range. I'm going to say handle presets select is equals to, let's return this. It's a preset key is equals to date. Sorry, not date range presets. So I'm going to set now and then let's from dates until date equals to now. Then we're going to use the switch statement. So we're going to say preset key. Then if the preset key is today, we're going to say from is equals to now. Then let's break. Okay, we've added break there. So we have case like this. We can also use the date function instead. So for the date function, I can just set this to end of day, and just pass in now like this. Then here I can just say start. Today is start of day, and pass in now like this. Then for 7 days, we can say from is equals to we say set start start of day. Then we'll say sub date is going to be now comma 7, subtract days from the from now. We're going to subtract 7 from now, and this is going to give us the start of day of that particular day. So we can also do the same thing. Let's add break here. Let's copy this, paste it here. So we're going to have start of day, subtract 30 days from now. Let's also do this, but this time we're not going to say subtract, we're going to say get a start of month from now. Let's also copy this. We're going to say get start of year from now. Let's also paste this here too. And I'm going to use the start of month. Sorry. Start of month and subtract month. Now and 12. So we're going to have, let's set default here to month to date. So I'll just paste this here by this. Uh, start, start of month from now. Then below here, okay, we are done with this. So let's say set date range from and to like this. Then we can just say set presets. Set active presets. I'll just pass in a preset key. And then we can set, so let's add a state. So I'll just copy this and let me change this to open website, set open website. So I'm just going to change this. I'll scroll down to the bottom. So let me collapse all of this. I'll change to open websites and set open websites like this. So now I can use this open and set open for the popover. So I'll scroll down here and let's use it here. So I'll say open, then on open change, set open. So now once we select this, we can set open to false like this. So now let me use this inside. Let me copy this. And now let's come here. So let's pass in the presets. The presets key is a preset or key like this. So we're done with the top member. So let's test it. Let's check this out. So I think something's wrong. There's no error. So let me go to the browser and let's see. Okay, I think the error is coming from this page.txx. Let me add use clients here. Let me add. Let me just use the use case directly. Like this, and error should stop. So let's go preview, and then now we can see. So we need to fix this month to date. It's not positioning well. So let me go back and fix it. So let me go into the top, and first of all, I'm going to change this button. So we know this button. Okay, this current visitor, I'm going to change this to post, not pink. Then I'm going to scroll down where we have this button. I think it's here. We don't have flex. So let me say flex, and then gap to like this. So I think I made a mistake. This should be like this. This should come out while this should be inside. Or let's just move this out. So it's still like this. And let's check it out. So let me reload. So everything is working fine. So the only thing remaining is the installation scripts. So let's go and work on that. So I'll go back to the code and let's create a component for that. So let's create the component here. I'm going to scroll up and then I'm going to say installation guide .txx. So I'm going to just paste it. You can copy this from the GitHub. So let me update this constants slash constants like this. So now I can use this inside the main toolbar. So below here, I'm going to just collapse all of this. Then I'm going to do it here. I'm going to paste this. Let me import installation guide. Then I'm going to say show installation guide. Then let's return this. So now we're going to pass in the domain, which is going to be the current website dot domain. Then we're going to also pass in the site ID. Let's say current website dot site underscore ID like this. So now let's go ahead and check this. So if I click on this now, you should be able to see the installation script, and you can copy this by clicking on the copy button, and this is going to copy the script. Then you can click here to close it. So that's it for the stop part. So we are going to go ahead and work on the analytics. So before we do that, we need to work on the script. So we need to work on the script file, the pixel.js. Then we are going to also create the endpoint, which is going to get the data, which we are going to save the data to the database before working on this on the analytics card and locations and top pages, all of that after we work on the script tag, the script. So we're going to work on the script. So let's first of all click on this to copy the script tag and let's add it inside the layout. So I'll go back to my code and then let's go into the app folder inside the layout and let's add it in the head tag. So I'm just going to come over here and say head and let me paste it here just like this. Now let's go and start working inside this file. So I'll close my app and then let's go into the public folder and then go into JX Pixel, and there we are going to create a function. This is going to be a function that invoke immediately the script loads. So I'm going to open a bracket here and I'm going to say function, and then let's call it like this, and then we're going to open bracket like this. Now, like you say, this is going to invoke the function once the script loads. So first, we're going to we're going to check if this is in a browser environment. So I'm going to say type of window is equals to undefined. Then we're not going to run the script. So I'm just going to say console.log, let's say not in a window environment. And let's just return. Now we need to get the script. So we are going to try to get the scripts here, the script, so we can get the data site ID and the domain. So what we are going to do, we are going to say constant script is equals to document dot current script. Then with this, we can then say let's say a domain is equals to script dot get attributes, that we say data domain. So make sure it's similar to what we have here, data domain, then data site ID. So let's also get that. Constant site ID is equals to script dot get attributes, and then let's paste this here. So we need to say if not domain and not site ID, let's return like this. Now we can define the endpoint. So I'm going to create just a constant endpoint where we're going to send the data to. I'll just call this, let me use capital letter endpoints. And there we're going to say HTTP localhost 3000 slash API slash collect. So you can call it anything you want. So let's create this API route. So I'll go into app API and let's create a folder. Let's call it collect. And inside here, we're going to say route.txt. And this is going to be a, so let's say export async function post, and let's get a request which is of type next request. And now we can use try catch here. So let's say constant body is equals to await request.json. So I'm just going to console.log the body, and here let's console.log error console.log error. So let's go back and let's continue here. Now we need to track for each visitor. So when a visitor land on the page, we need to generate an ID for each visitor. And where we can store this ID is inside the local storage, because we can persist the local storage, and anytime the user onto that browser, we can be able to retrieve the visitor ID, and this visitor ID are going to be unique. So we're going to create a function that generates ID. So I'm going to say constant generate ID. So say constant timestamp. So say constant data, sorry, dates now dot to string 36. Then we're going to then generate a random, going to say mount dot random dot to 30. Let's get to string 36. Then we're going to say substring 2 between 2 and 15. Then let's return and combine both of them. I'll say timestamp. Then we say random like this. Now we have a generated ID. Now with the ID, we can use it to generate a visitor ID for each visitor. So what we are going to do, since we are going to store it in the local storage, let's define let's here and say visitor ID here. And there we're going to wrap the local storage inside a trial catch. So if any error occur, we can handle it to not block the script from running. So let's say visitor ID first. So we're going to try to retrieve the visitor ID from the local storage if it exists. If not, we're going to generate a new ID. So I'll say local storage dot get item. Now we need to define a key. So I'm going to come over here and I'll say I'll define the key here. I'll say visitor key, which is a constant. I can give this pixel underscore visitor ID. You can also give it a font so just to make it look different. And then I'm going to copy this and just paste it here. Then if for any reason we didn't generate we didn't get the visitor ID, we can generate a new ID here. So now then we can say local storage dot set item visitor key, then visitor ID like this. So now if there's any reason, any error, we can just set visitor ID is going to be equals to visitor ID. If there's no ID, we can say generate ID like this. Or you can just remove this. I don't think if there's any error, we can just say generate a new ID. So if there's any reason we are not going to have any visitor ID, something like this. So now we're checking for each visitor. So let's go back to the browser and let's look at this. So yeah, for a user to land on the website, we need to also track for each session. So once a visitor is on a single tab on the website, for instance, like localhost 3000, if the visitor is on this tab, we want to track we want to track a session which we are going to store inside the session storage. We are going to store that inside the session storage. So the session storage is only so the session ID is only going to be available when the tab which loads the website is open. Once the visitor closes that tab, the session ID is gone. So the reason why we want to use also a session ID, so in case the visitor reloads the page on this tab, we don't count it as a page view. We know, okay, this is an existing session, so we just update we might just uh skip that particular new request sent to the backend. So that's the reason we need session storage, so we can be able to track if if the visitor refresh the page, that particular tab, we are going to know this is a current section that is ongoing, and we don't need to count it as a page view. So let's go back to the code and let's define the session. So we're going to also do the same thing we did here, but instead of local storage, we're going to use sessions. So let's define this here. I'm going to say constant session key, and we can just say SAPX session ID like this. Then here we're going to I can just let me just come down here and say session. Okay, we've not defined that. Let's say let session ID. There is a session id is equals to session storage dot get item. We pass in session key. Then I'll say session id like this. So let me just remove one underscore and let me just add like this. This is okay. So then I'm going to say if we're unable to get the session ID, sorry, this is wrong. The session key, then passing the generated ID. Then we can say session storage dot set, then session key. Then we can pass in the session ID like this. So we can also do the same thing here. Session ID is equals to generated ID like this. If there's any error, now we have the visitor ID and session ID, which we are going to send to the endpoint. So let's scroll down here and let's come down here. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to track because we are tracking for the for each visitor. We are going to also track for the active time the visitor spend on the website. So we are going to define a variable. We're going to say when the user lands on the page and when the user exists. So we're going to use that to calculate the active time, or when the user left the tab open and went to do other things. So we're going to calculate the active time the visitor spent on the website or on that page. So we're going to say active start. We're going to track when the users track, and we're going to be using the performance now. So this is we're going to use this to measure how long the visitor spend on the page. So we're not going to be using date now. We're going to be using performance now because this is not affected by the system clock, and it's perfect to calculate for time differences. So you can check out on the website. So now we are tracking for the active stats. So we are going to use this to calculate the differences on the time the visitor spent on the website or on the page. We are going to also have a variable to calculate the total. We say let's active time. So this is we're going to set the default value to 0. So this is going to calculate the active viewing time. Then we are going to also remember in the um main top bar we had where we define the current visitor. So we are going to track for active visitor, so like a live visitor. So every time we're going to set like a set timeout, and every particular time frame we're going to call the endpoint to send that the user or the visitor is still active on the page or on the website. So we're going to give this a variable. We can call it live active, or I can just say heartbeat like this, and this is going to hold the set, sorry, not set timer, the set interval. So this is going to hold the set interval ID, so that we can clear the set interval. We can clear the interval when make the request to the backend. So now let's come down here. So now we can also get the UTM, like UTM source campaign from the URL. So to do that, we're going to say constant params is equals to new use URL search params, then location, location dot search. Now we can then get the UTM source, which is going to be equals to param dot get UTM underscore source. So you can get as many you want, but I'm just going to use the source and also campaign like this. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Now we have the params, we have the UTM source and campaign, we have the visitor ID, session ID. Now let's build the payload we are going to send to the endpoint. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a simple function. I'm going to call this payload, which is going to be equals to, we are going to pass in the type. So I'm going to also pass in extra here, and we're going to set the extra to objects by default. Then let's return. We're going to since we're using fetch, we're going to say JSON.stringify, and let's define what we're going to send to the backend. So the type, we're going to have three types. We're going to have when a user view the page, when the user exits the page, and when we are sending a live heartbeat or a live so we know that okay, we are sending we are not, the user is not viewing the page or existing, the user is we're sending a current live view for each visitor. Sorry, not user, each visitor. So we're going to call this event type. So I'll set type here. Let's pass in type. Then let's pass in the domain. Let's pass in the site ID. Let's pass in the visitor ID. The visitor ID. Let me make sure I got the spelling. So I think I made a mistake here. So let me just say this. Let me correct the spelling. Visitor. Like this. So hope I didn't make any mistake. So I say visitor ID. Then we're going to pass the session ID. Then we're going to also pass the URL the user is on, the page user is on, and we can get that using the location dot href. Then we need to also know the referrals, where the user or where the visitor is coming from that referred the website. We're going to say referral is going to be document dot referral. We can just set it to null if it does not exist. If it's a direct, uh, if it's direct. So we're going to then we're going to also pass in. I'm going to also pass in the screen width. So the reason why I want to pass in the screen width is because I want to know the size so we can be able to define if it's a laptop, a desktop, or yeah, basically for mainly for laptop screen size, because the package we are going to use is going to give us for mobile, I think mobile, desktop, but not for laptop. So I'm going to use screen size to determine if it's a laptop, is a laptop or so we're going to pass in the screen width. So the reason why I'm passing the screen width is because the package I'm going to use to retrieve to get the data from the to get the data is not going to be able to detect for laptop, but it's going to do for desktop and mobile. So that's why I'm sending the screen width. So we can get it by saying screen dot width like this. So now we need to also pass in the user agent. So we're going to use the user agent to extract sorry user agent to extract most of the necessary information we need from the user device. So I'm going to say navigator dot user agent like this. Sorry, comma. Then we can pass in the UTM source. Let's pass in campaign, UTM underscore source. And then we're going to also pass in the timestamp, which is going to be dot now, and then we're going to also destructure extra, so that we can be able to pass some extra field if we want. So after this, we're going to define the function to send the event. So we're going to say constant send is equals to, we're going to pass in the type and the extra, and we're going to then call fetch. So this is going to be we're going to reuse the send. So we're going to say fetch, we're going to pass in the endpoint, and then the method, which is going to be post, then the body. So for the body, we're going to use the payload, and let's pass in the type and extra like this. Then the headers, content type, application, JSON. So we're going to also set this to keep alive to true. So this is going to allow the browser to send the events even when the page when the page unload or when the user close the page. So it's going to complete sending the request to the backend. So once we do that, we can catch this and just like this. So now we have the send events. I can call it, let me call it send events, send event endpoints, send events. Then we can also have a function for send exists. So we're going to use this. We're going to use when the user close the page. We're going to send the exist. We're going to call the endpoints. So what we're going to do here, we're going to use the active stats. So we're going to say not active stats. We're going to use the active time. Yeah, we're going to say active time plus equals to performance dot now minus active stats here, like this. Then we can then send an event. The event will be page underscore exist. So you can call it anything you want. So this is going to be the event type. The event type here, this type. Now we can then pass in extra, and this is good. We're going to say active time is going to be maths dot round active time, like this. So now we've gotten the active time and we're going to pass it here as the active time here. So once we are done with this, now we can now call the send event. So I'll just say send event here, and let's say page, the type to page view. So now we have set the page exist event. We have the page view event. Yeah. So let's define the heartbeat here. So the heartbeat we define here. We are going to say constant start live count or heartbeats, whatever you call it. Heartbeat is going to be equals to. So if not heartbeat, then we can say heartbeat is equals to set interval. Then we're going to use the send event. And now we're going to pass in the events here. We're going to have heartbeats like this. and then let's pass in uh 60 seconds. So I think the zero is not complete. So we're going to be sending this every 60 seconds. So I'm going to later change this to like one 10 seconds or 1 seconds because I want to be able to see the output. So let's just set it, but just now I'm going to replace it back to 60 seconds. Then we also need to um, stop sending the heartbeat. So we're going to say stop heartbeat. So here we're going to clear the if sorry if heartbeat. Let's clear this interval, and then let's set heartbeat to null like this. So now we are going to start the heartbeat once we send the page view event. We can then call this like this. Now this is going to start tracking live visitor. So track live visitor for every, currently I'm doing 1 seconds. So let me change it to 60 seconds because that's what I'm going to set it. So now we are going to also track for the visibility changes, that is on the tab. We're going to use documents to we're going to add an event listener. So we're going to track for visibility change. Sorry. So for any reason the user switch away from the current tab where is viewing the website or the page, we are going to then stop the heartbeat, and then we're going to send an event. So we're going to say if document the visibility state is equals to hidden. So if the user and switch the tab or minimize the tab, we are going to say active time is equals to, let's add this uh plus equals to performance dot now minus the active stats. Then we can then call stop heartbeat function. Else if the user return back, we are going to start it to say active start is equals to performance dot now. Then we're going to start the heartbeat or a live tracking. So after all this, we're going to then listen for the assist event because it's remaining the send assist. So we're going to track when the user close or navigate away from the page or close the particular page away. So we're going to say window the add listener page hide, then send assist like this. So I think that is all. So we're done with the script. So let's go into the API route and let's test this out. So let's head over to the browser and let's see if these are set. So we're going to look at local storage. We have the visitor ID, and we can see the ID set also in the section. Sorry, in the session storage. Let's look at network tab and see. So I think we are having. Oh, because I set this to 1 second, let me go and change this back to 60 seconds. So 60 seconds like this. So now this should stop. Let me reload the page. Now let me see. So now we can see we are having only one endpoint call, and this is failing. So let me see. So uh, we can see the response, we can see the payload, we can see the domain, there's no referral, which is no screen size, session ID, site ID, timestamp, type, page view. Then we have URL, we have the user agents, there's no UTM campaign and source, then we have the visitor ID. Currently, I don't know why the endpoint is failing. HTTP localhost. Okay, sorry, I made a mistake. This is 300 instead of 3000. So let me go and fix it. 3000. So I'll fix it. Let me go back to the browser and let's see. This should we should wait. So we have to wait for system. So I'll change the heartbeat to 110 seconds. So let's see if this is going to quickly call the collect endpoint. So let me just try and reload this again. And I want to be able to, okay, now it's calling the collect endpoint. Then let's see, it's going to send the request. So let's go back to the browse, the code, and let me inspect to see if I see any data. Now we can see the data here. We can see the data here. So we're not sending any response. That's why. But we can see the payload is being sent to the collect API. So let me go back to the route API collect route. Now we can use this to add into the database. So what we're going to do first, we're going to first of all make sure the type is being passed in the body. So let's just say, let me say constant body, and I'm going to just get the type, domain, and also sessions, site ID, session ID, like this. We are going to also get others too. For now, I'm going to then make sure that the type, domain, sites, and all of these are coming. So we're going to send, let me remove this for now. Then we're going to say invalid payload. Now we're going to look up the website. We're going to say constant. So we're going to get Insforge here. So let's say constant await Insforge. So let's import Insforge from lib clients. The client. So since we're not going to get fetch for a particular user, we are just trying to look up the database um for the website, the site ID and domain. So I'm going to say dot from websites. Just select ID and domain. Uh, okay, we need the ID and domain from here. Dot equal. Let's also add sites ID too. So say equal domain, then equal sites underscore ID, sites ID. Then we're going to fetch one, the single, like this. So we can say data websites So we can use this and throw an error if the website is if there's no website, a website does not exist in the database. You can say website. I'll say website not not available or not found. Say 404. So now we are going. So let's say constant website ID is equals to websites dot ID. So why is not working? Dot ID websites. So I found the issue. The issue is because of this. I didn't add comma here, and the error should stop. So now we are going to we have the website ID now. Um we need to pass the user agent. So let's get that here. It's a user agent. So I'm going to write out all of the payload here. So I've written them out. I've written them out. So we have user agent store ID URL referral screen with timestamp active time. Sorry, not active ms. Active time. UTM source UTM campaign. So now we're going to use a package to pass the user agent. So we're going to be using this package. You're going to be using uapi.js. So we're going to install this. This is going to convert the you can see the example here. It's going to convert the user agent into a structured output like this. So let's copy this and let's go ahead and use it. So I'll go back to my code editor and let me install this. So I'll cancel my server, clear my terminal. I'll say npm install. So let me paste this. So let's install this version 2.0.8 and this should install. So let's wait for this to install. So now let's make sure the server is running. Now let's import the package here. So I'm going to import the package uapi start from uapi.jx and let's come down below here and let's say constant PSR is equals to new UA PSR and we're going to pass in the user agent empty string. Then we're going to say constant UA is equals to PSR dot get results. So you can directly use get browser, get CPU, get device. So I'll just use get results, which is fine. Then I'll say constant browser is equals to UA dot browser dot name. Then we can get the OS. So OS is equals to UA dot OS dot name. Now we have the browser and then the OS. Now let's also get the devices. We say let's device size. So device size is going to be equals to, I'm going to set the default to desktop. Then we're going to say if UA dot device type dot type is equals to mobile. Okay, we also have tablets, but there's no laptop here. So say mobile. Then we can say device size is equals to mobile. else if ua dot device dot type is equals to tablets, we can say device size is equals to tablets. Then else, then we'll say if a screen width and screen width is less than 1 to 80, 1280, then we can say device size is equals to laptop, like this. Now we've gotten the browser, the OS, and now the device size. Now let's get the IP and the country code, region, and city. So to do that, we're going to get the IP first. And to get the IP of the user, of the visitor, we're going to use the request. So request dot headers dot get, and we're going to say x forwarded for, and we're going to split this, and let's split it by comma and get the index 0, or we can say request dot headers dot get x real IP, like this. So now we've gotten it. So let's create let's say constant. So not constant. We're going to say let country be equals to empty. Let country code be equals to empty string. Let region be equals to empty string. Let city be equals to empty string. So now we're going to be using a website to get the we're going to pass in the IP address, and this is going to fetch the country code, region, and city. So let's head over to the browser. So let's head over to this website, ipapi.com, and let's click on documentation. Then you can scroll down. So we're going to use JSON, and then you can see how to use the API JSON/query. Query is going to be the IP address, and then you can see an example here. Then once you click this, is going to be the results. We have the city, region name, region, country code, country, latitude and time zone. So I'm just going to copy this. So let me copy this test IP address too, and let's head over to the code. We can also scroll down and see some other things you might want to add. But for now, this is okay for me. We can also use field to get a particular field. Then I think guys, also let's head over to the code editor, and let's use this here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use try catch here. So yeah, let's remove this. Yeah, I'm going to fetch. I'm going to say constant geo response is equals to await fetch, and let's pass in the IP. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy, sorry. So I'll copy the IP address, and I can just set it here as text constant test IP is equals to like this, and then I can pass it here. I'll just say test IP. So since we are using a local host, we are going to only get this type of IP. We are going to get like this. So let's console it and see. So I'm going to just console the log IP like this. So I'm going to also check if so maybe when we try to deploy, we're going to say if local, if IP. Let's do only if IP. So let's move this inside like this. So yeah, I'm going to get the response, and then we're going to set. So I'm going to say constant geo is equals to await. Let me change this. Let me say response and put like this. Response.json. Now we're going to say if geo underscore response dot status is equals to success. Then we can set country is equals to geo response of country. Then we can say country code is equals to geo response dot country code. Then we also have the region is equals to geo response dot region. Then lastly, we have the city is equals to geo dot city. So geo response dot city like this. So now we have the I'll just comment this for now. So now we have the country code, region, and city. Now we can retrieve the favicon from the website URL. So we can retrieve it from the domain being passed, or we can get it from the URL. So let's use the domain instead. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant favicon. I think we don't need do we need the favicon? I don't think we need it for this domain. We don't need it here. So I'm going to skip that. Then I'm going to say constant now. So we're going to get the current time stamp. It's going to be now is equals to new date. So we're going to say timestamp. So this timestamp we're passing here, or we say dates dot now dot to ISO string. So now we have this. Now it's time for us to create and save the page view, the types. So we're going to save all of this inside the DB based on the type. So the first thing we're going to do is to create we're going to create a session. We're going to say if type is equals to page underscore view, then we are going to save this to the database. But before we save it to the database, we're going to fetch and make sure the session ID already exists. So if the session ID does not exist, then we are going to save the data. But if it exists, we're going to update the session table. So let's create the session table because we don't have the session table. So let's create a table. So I'm going to open my AI agent and I'm going to say, so let's create a session table that has ID, the website, the website underscore ID as a foreign key, as a foreign key. Then we will have then this also this fields also foreign key and this fields. So I'm going to paste the field. So let me remove this website. I already have it here. So we have the visitor ID underscore ID, session underscore ID, entry page. Then we have the entry time, SS page, SS time, active time, last heartbeat at, referral, UTN source, UTN and campaign, device size, OS, browser, country underscore code, region, and city. So I think that is it. So let's try and see. So let's wait for this to generate. So now it's trying to create a session table. So now it's calling the route to. So let's see. So it has successfully created the session table. We can see session info, entry time, return source, system geo, security performance from website, the on. Yeah, join the website table, yes. Index created and stuff. So let's look at this in the database. So let's check that. I'll go into my table and then we should see sections here. Now we can see ID, website ID, store ID, session ID, entry page, and all of the things we need uh the AI agent to create. So let's go back and let's work on this. So I'm going to uh let me first of all console log everything. So I'm going to say console. Let me set the payload here. So constant um payload is equals to, so I'm going to just paste it here. So it's going to be website ID, website visitor ID, entry page, which is the URL, as entry time, which is now. Then we have the last heartbeat now, referral, uh, UTN source, UTN campaign, device size, OS, browser, country code. So I'm just going to copy this. Let me, instead of putting it here, I'm just going to move it inside here. So I'll say if so let's instead of the so sorry, let's make sure the session already exists or does not exist before we create a page view. So we're going to say await Inforge dot database, then I'm going to say dot from session, and then we're going to just say dot select ID dot equal session underscore ID, session ID, then dot single like this. Then I'll say yeah if now session dot data, then let's insert await Inforge dot database dot from sessions dot insert So let's paste this here like this. Then else, we're just going to update the database, the Inforge dot database dot from sessions dot update the last heartbeat at now by this. Then this is going to be equal to session underscore ID and then a session ID like this. So let's try and console log this. Uh, let's try and console log this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just take the same payload. Let me try and copy this. And I'm going to just say console.log. I'm going to just paste it. Sorry, let me just put it in an object like this. Also we also have the active time. So we're going to test that. Let's just complete this. So we're going to also copy this. We're going to also copy this. I'm going to collapse the if type is page view. I'm going to say if type is equals to heartbeat. Then we're going to also do the same thing. Update get session. Update last heartbeat at now. Then we are going to this is going to be equals to the session ID which we are passing. Then the last one is the page exist. So I'm going to say if type is equals to page underscore exist. So let me make sure what I would say is correct. So I'll scroll down to where we have page view. I think it's here page exist, yes. Then I'm going to also copy this. We're going to update. But this time we are going to update the exist page underscore page URL. Then we're going to say exist time, which is going to be now. Then the active underscore time like this. So I think that is okay. And then let's return the response here. So I'll remove this console.log and let's just return this as a success true. And the last one, we are going to also return, let me return the response. But this time I'm going to say error, and then this is going to have status 500. So I'm going to add, so this course header, I'm going to add it now because this is useful when we deploy so that the browser does not block the endpoint from calling. So we're going to add course header. So I'm going to do that at the top. So I'm going to just paste it here for now. So we have the access control allow origin. Then we have these options here. Then I'm going to copy this and pass it here. So I'm going to pass in all of our response. So I'll do the same thing here. This would work for me. So I'm just going to scroll down here and then here. So let me add comma here. So now let's make sure our server is running and let's test it. So I just commented out this so we can see the output first. So let me go back to the browser let me try and reload this. So now this is sending. So let's look at collect endpoints. So let's check it out. So I'll click on the collect. Now we can see success true. And we can see the payload here. So let's look at the console log in the uh, let's open the terminal and let's see. So we can see the IP address. We can see the IP address here. We can see the website ID, the visitor ID, session ID, the entry page, the entry time, the last heartbeat, the referral, the UTM source, UTM campaign, device size, browser, country code, region, city. Active time is undefined. So let's check this active time. So let's go into Pixel. Let me see. Okay, I think active time is only sent when the SST page, so it's going to be undefined. And so that's working fine. So let me also reduce this to, let me change this to 1. Let's see. So let's also check. So this is I think this is type. Okay, we didn't define the type. This should be page view. This should be page view here. Type. Let's say type here like this. And then let's wait for this to call the heartbeat. So I'll just reload the page again. So let me reload the page. And then let's wait. So okay, we can see if I scroll up, okay, we can see page exists because I tried to reload the page. And then let me scroll down. Now we can see page view. So let me scroll down here. If you look at the page exists, we can see the active time, but in the page view we don't have any active time. So that's fine. So I wanted us to see the heartbeat. So now we can see the heartbeat now. We can see the heartbeat is calling out. We can see if it's store ID, session ID, the heartbeat adds does not have any active time. So everything is working fine. It's calling this all the time. So let's just go back and let's save this. So let's uncomment this and save this. Now we should have some data in our database. So let me go to the browser and let's check this is let's check the database. Let me reload this. So let me see. So this is trying to update. We don't have, it should have saved even. Okay, I think because we've missed, let me try and reload this again. So this is going to send the page view. So let's look now. We can see the data is saved to the database. We can see the ID, website ID, visitor ID, the entry page, entry time. Currently, the exit page is null, exit time is null, active time is 0. Then we have the last heartbeat, referral null, device size, desktop, OS, Windows, Chrome, Canada, and others. So we're going to see the heartbeat change because it's currently 11:48. So if I reload this, so let's wait for this to call. This is going to call the heartbeat. So now we can see the endpoint is being called now. So now the response now is true, success true. So let's reload this. Now we can see that it has changed. So this is great. So I think we are done with this with the endpoints. So we are going to go ahead and start working on each of the um inside the page. If we go straight into the page, so inside the dashboard page.css, not inside the website's id.css, we're going to start working on the analytics chart. So let's go ahead and work on the analytics chart. So let's work on the analytics chart. So what we're going to do first is to create the server action for the analytics chart. So I'm going to create a I'm going to create a file here. I'm going to call it analytics. Sorry, analytics.txt. So inside here, we're going to set it to use server like this. And now let's create the function. We're going to say export, export async function, and let's say get analytics, and let's read on this. So what we're going to get from the we're going to request from the client. We're going to request the website ID, which is of type string. Then we're going to say from, it's optional, date. Then we say to, which is optional too. We say date like this. So now we are going to let me copy this. Let me go into your website so we can copy this. So I'll just copy all of this. I'm going to paste it here. So let me import this like this. So just make sure you import it. Now let me just remove this user. Then we're going to fetch the website. So what we're going to do, we're going to say website, select all. Then we're going to filter by website ID underscore ID. And let me pass in the website ID here. And now we're going to remove order. Then we're going to filter by the entry time. We are going to say so basically what I did here was format ISO. Then we're going to say start date from and end date to. So we're going to be using, if date is not passed, we're going to use the last 30 days. We're going to subtract days um, and 30 days from the date, 30 from the date. Then we're going to get the end of the current date. So we're going to do like that. Then I'm going to pass in the start ISO here. Then I'm going to say equal to, and we're going to say entry underscore time. Then end ISO. So I think I made a mistake. This should not be equal. It should be greater than equal to, less than equal by this. So yeah, I'm just going to filter from session, not websites. Sorry, and we should change this to sessions. So if there's any error, we are going to return error. It's a failed to fetch analytics like this. Now we need to prepare the analytics. We're going to first of all initialize the aggregation. So I'm going to say constant. First of all, we're going to say daily start. So this is going to help us to hold. We're going to track each day, the start for each day. So I'm going to say record. So this is a type first because this is empty currently. So any, this is going to be equal to an empty object like this. So let me close this. Sorry, guys. Then we also need to track a unique visitor. So we're going to use this to track to implement the chat. Then we also want to track a unique visitor, total page view, uh, and others. So we are going to have constant all visitors. And because we know that visitor has unique ID and a visitor can appear multiple times in the session table, so we are going to use the set. So this is going to help us to avoid duplicate visitor appear when tracking the total visitors that view the page around this range of dates. So we're going to say new set, and this is going to be string. Sorry, it's going to be types. It's a string like this. So we're going to set the visitor IDs here, and then we're going to get the size of the sets to get to get the length, to get the number of visitor that appear in the range that we are filtering from. So we are going to also get in the analytics, we also want to show the total active um total active time. So let's first of all set total page view. So default is going to be 0. So I'm using let because we're going to also use this to add to set when we try to loop through these sections. So I'm going to also do the same thing for let sorry, total active time. So I'm just going to say like total active. Let's put time here. Or let me use milliseconds like this. Then I'm going to say so we're going to also count the number of sessions with the active time. So we're going to say active time sessions count. So we remember this is going to be set to 0. So remember inside the website is it collect API. So let's go to the route. We are tracking, if you scroll down to where we have the page exists, so we can see we are passing in the active time here. So currently inside in the page view, we don't have, when we insert, we don't have the active time. So we're going to use this now. Let me go back. We're going to use it to count the number of session that has the active time. So let's also, so we're going to also get the the bounce count. So we're going to get a session with less than 5 seconds of active time. Then we're going to know when the user spends um, l- um sorry, when the visitor leaves the page without interacting. So we're going to calculate that. So I'm going to call it bounce rate. But here we're going to use bounce count here. So we're going to use this to count it. So I'm going to say bounce count is equals to 0. Then now let's look through the sessions. So we're going to say sessions to for each. Then sessions, I'm going to set this to any. Then we're going to return. So the first thing we're going to do is to extract the day. So we're going to say we're going to extract the day from the session entry time. So say session dot entry underscore time, which we let's make sure everything's correct. Entry time. So we are going to say dot split. We're going to split this, and then we're going to say 0. Like we're going to get the first index. So then we're going to initialize the day start. So since we are looking through a section, we want to have the daily start here. So I'm going to first of all check if that particular day, this day that we have here, does not appear inside the record. We are going to add the initial data. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say daily start index of day. We're going to pick the day, the key, sorry, not the index. Then I'm going to say if not this appear inside, if this is not does not exist in the daily start, then let's add the initial data. So I'm going to say daily start day is equals to date, which is going to be day. Then we're going to also have the visitor ID. So say visitors IDs is going to be equals to new set, the same thing with this. So this new set is for a particular day. So we're going to also have page view too. So the total page view, total page views is going to be 0. Then we also have active time is going to be 0. Then we also have active count is going to be 0. Now we have set the initial data inside your daily set. Now we can get the start now from the daily set. So we can say daily set is a day like this. So now we are going to add, now we're going to, from this session, we're going to add the visitor ID. So what we're going to do, we're going to say and start dot visitor ID is, then we're going to say dot add, then we're going to say session dot visitor underscore ID. So let's check this in route. Yeah, visitor underscore ID. Like this. So we have added the visitor ID. We also need to add for the total visitor IDs. Total visitor, sorry, we're going to say visitor ID dot add to. We are going to use the same thing here, session visitor ID, and then let's paste it here. So now we've done we have counts to count each unique visitor. Now we're also going to also count page view. So each session is equals to a page view. So we're going to say start the page views plus plus. So this is going to 0. We're going to add 1. So if we look through, if we have like 5, this is going to count. It's going to add all of them inside here for this particular day. So and also we're going to also count the total page view. So we're going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to come down here and let's do the same thing, plus plus here. So now we're going to, let's work on the bounce count. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say if not session the active time. So let me check if what I wrote here, active, okay, active time, or if session, so that if there's no session ID, if there's no session active time, or if there's session active time and it's less than 5 seconds, so we are going to say bounce count. So the user only spends below 5 seconds. So we're going to add the bounce count. Now let's track the active time. So here we're going to also do a if check, and then we're going to, let me copy this. And I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to say if we have an active time, then we are going to track the active time for each day. So I'm going to say start dot active time plus equals to session dot active time here. So now we're going to also do the same thing for active count. We're just going to since this is a count, we're going to say start dot count. We're going to use plus plus. So let's also do the same thing for the total active time, and then the active session count, or active count, the total active count. So I'm going to also do the same thing. Paste this, say plus is equals to session dot active time. Then let's also count the active session count, or active total active count, anyone you can call it. You say this and plus like this. So we are done with the this part of the server action. So of the implementation. So now let's convert this into a chat friendly. So we're going to convert the data. So I'm going to say constant chat data is going to be equals to, we're going to copy daily start, and we're going to say object. We're going to convert this into an array. We say object follows, then pass the object. Now we're going to say dot map daily, or let me use start. Okay, let's use daily start. Daily start like this. Then I'm going to just say any sorry, not daily, I'll say day start by this. So I'm going to just open this, open an object, and date. We are going to say day, sorry, day starts dot dates. So date is inside here. Then we're going to then change this to unique visitor. It's going to be equals to day start dot visitor ID. So copy that, paste it here. Now we say dot size. Then total page view. Sorry, page views. It's going to be day sorry, day start dot page views here. And we also need the average. So average my spelling is wrong. Average active time. Then we're going to say daily and day starts dot active count is greater than 0. Then we're going to say maths dot round day starts dot active ms, what we have active ms. Then we're going to say this is going to let me, so this is going to be divided by day starts dot active count. So copy this, paste it here. Then we're going to also divide it by 1000. Then we're going to say, oh, sorry, this will just return 0 like this. So we are done with the chart data. Now let's return chart data, then the metrics. We are going to have unique visitors. So copy this, paste it here. It's going to be all visitors. The size, we are going to pass total page view like this. So let's call it total page views, not total page view. So I'll copy it, paste it here. let me change this to small letter V. This is better. So I'll copy this, come down here, and let's paste it here. Now we need the bounce rate and the average time. So let's calculate that here. Also, constant bounce rate is going to be equal to session dot length session. Okay, sessions dot length. Then we're going to say math round bounce count. Sorry, bounce count divided by sessions dot length, like this. So let me wrap this. I said times 100. So because this is we're returning the rate, it's going to be in percentage. Then now we need the average. So I'm just going to copy the same thing I have here for the average time. I'm going to say constant average active time is the same thing. So let me just do it like this. Average active time. But here we're going to use the active session count here. So scroll down, we're going to say active session count is greater than 0. Then we're going to say total active ms divided by active session count divided by 1000, just like this. So let's just pass for the metrics. We're going to say bounce rate and average active time. So we are done with the we are done with this. So we're going to use it inside. Let's create the component. Sorry, let's create the components inside dashboard. So let's create analytics and charts here inside common. Say analytics charts dot xx RASCE. Let me set it to use clients. And let me go into the page.txx. Sorry, inside your website, I give page.txx, and let me just comment this. So let me import this. And now we're going to implement chart. So we're going to be using Shanty UI. We already added a component here. If you scroll down, you can see chart, and then we can use this inside the analytics chart. So if we head over to Shanty UI chart, then you can look at the some of the charts Shanty UI provide: area chart, bar chart, line chart. So we can see the area chart. So we're going to be using the area chart for the analytics chart section. So you can see they have different one: bar chart, line chart, pie chart. So since it's area chart we're going to be using, so just click on area chart, then you can click on view code, and then you can see this. So let's just copy all of this. So I'll just copy this. So head over to shantyui.shantyui.com chart area, the first area chart, and you can just copy this. And let's head back to the code. And I'm just going to paste it here. I'm going to change the, just copy this name, remove this, scroll down, collapse this. I'll change this like this. I'll just say constant. And let's export defaults, and the error should stop. So we're going to modify this now. We're going to modify this to fit in what we want, but we have the basic structure of the chart we want to implement. So let's go into the page.txs, and then we're going to pass in a date range. I'm going to say date range is equals to date range. So let's go into the charts, the analytics chart, and let's get the date range. So I'll come over here and I'm going to just say date range. Then this is going to be date range, and the type is going to be date range. So we're going to import that from date picker. We add date picker, and then we can just say undefined like this. So I'm going to change this from visitor desktop to match the analytics. If you go analytics, if you scroll down, we have unique visitor. The chart we have unique visitor, total, page view, average. Um, so let's go into the so so let me change this. Inside, so we're inside the analytics chart. So I'm going to just remove this and replace this with this. So I'm going to say unique visitor, unique visitor. The color is going to be primary page, total page view, bounce rate, and average time, active time. Then we're going to set the metrics. Key is going to be type of charts config. I don't think we are passing any chart for bounce rate. So uh I'm thinking of removing it. Let me remove it. So it's going to affect, let me see, key. So I'm just going to remove this. So I'm going to set the key, let's set the key as string like this. So now we have this. So let's first of all now uh let's get the website ID from the params. So we say use params, and then we get the website ID like this. Now I'm going to also change this. Oh, let me not change this. Let me create a separate state. So I'm going to say active metrics, set active metrics is going to be equals to use state. Then we're going to add in the default value, which is going to be unique visitors. So let me just add in the bounce rate. So I'm going to disable the on click once it reach here. So I'm going to also add the metrics. So I'll just add a metric key back, and let me just add it here. So now let's remove all this data. So I'm just going to let me not remove. Let me just first of all call the let's call the use query. So I'm going to say data is loaded is equals to use query from constant query. We say query key. We're going to say analytics. We're going to pass in the website ID. And then we're going to say date range. Let's not pass in the date range. Website ID is okay. Um, let's pass it date range dot from dot to ISO string. So let's duplicate this. and let's say 2 like this. So I might remove it later on, but let me test it out and see if it's not going to cause uh any issue. So I'm going to say query function. It's a async. It's a constant response. Is equals to await get analytics on the server action. We're going to pass in the website ID. Uh, so I'm just going to copy this. I'll change this to params. Then I'm going to say constant website ID is equals to params the website ID as string like this. Then we're going to pass in the date range. So date range the from, and then we're going to also pass date range dot two like this. So we're going to say return response like this. So now I'm going to say constant is empty. It's equals to if not data dot chat data or data dot chat data dot length is equals to 0. Now we're going to also format our data. So instead of using this, I'm going to say constant chat data is equals to um react dot memo. Sorry, just use memo. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant raw data is equals to data dot chat data or empty array. Then we're going to say if not data dot if dot date range dot from or sorry or let's say not date range dot two, it will just return the the raw data like this. Now if we have the date range from and to, we are going to then so we are going to try to generate the days in the date range. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be using as a constant days is equals to each. So let's import each day of interval. So we're going to say start, then start of day, date range, dot from. Now let me duplicate this and say for end. And this is going to start of day for 2 like this. Now let's return days dot map day. So we're going to say constant date string is equals to format. So we're going to format. So let's import that from date fns, and we're going to say day. It's going to be yy and month and day. So we're going to find existing data for that day. So we're going to say constant existing existing is equals to raw data dot find d. Let's set any to this, and we're going to say d dot date is equals to date string. Now we're going to just return existing, or we just set date string. Then we're going to just set some default value. So I'll just let me copy this unique visitor, total page visitor. Sorry, not total page. Let me just add it here. Unique visitor, this is going to be 0. So let me go into analytics and let me just copy this. And then this is going to be 0. Sorry, I think I'm wrong. Okay, this is average average active time 0 like this. So so now here we're going to say if there's any error, just return the raw data. So yeah, let's add in the empty array, the dependencies. So we're going to say data dot chat data and then date range. So that's it. So we have the chat data. Now we need the metrics. So I'll say constant raw metrics is equals to data dot metrics like this. So I'll set this to as any. So now we need to create the array for the metrics. So I'm going to just do that here. I'll paste that. So we have metrics, which is of type metrics, which is this key. Now let me add the key back. Then we see unique visitor, uh, raw metrics, unique visitor. Then we also have top page view. Then we have average active time bounce rate too. So let me import skeleton like this. So now we have all the data ready. So let's start implementing the card here. So yeah, I'm just going to give this padding 4 relative overflow hidden like this. So in this card header, before the header, let's add it here. You're going to say if it's empty and not is loading, and not is loading. Let me change this to is pending instead of is loading. And not is pending. Then you're going to have like an empty state. Like sorry, not an yeah, empty state, which is going to be an absolute. So don't worry, we're going to see how it looks. So I'll say and div, and let's give it a class name, absolute insert 0, set then flex first column, item center, and then justify center like this. So let's also give this PG background 40. Then we're going to say backdrop, backdrop blur. So I'll just say 2pixel, 2 pixel. So now if you have a div here, is to have a class name, PG background, border, border, padding axis, padding y3. Then we're going to say shadow large, flex column, item center, gap 2. So yeah, I'm just going to paste this here. So we have the empty state complete. So let's collapse this. And here we're going to have flex row. So I'm just going to remove all this. It's a flex row. Then item stretch. Then us last screen we're going to say item start P0 P0 for the header. Then inside the header, I'm just going to remove all of this. So let's do through the metrics. The map metrics. So let's not use let's open a bracket instead. Open a fragment and let's say button. So your key, I'm just going to say metrics dot key. Then we say data active. We say active active metrics, which we define at the top here. So active metrics is equals to metric dot key. So let's have a class name. So I'm going to have class name here. So let me paste this. So let me use CN by this. Oh, let's now this is okay. So we have relative flex colon flex 0.15. We have interface center padding S, padding Y, text left, transition cost, cursor pointer, and I think I can do like this. So let me use CN for this. So I can add. Let me what's this? I'll say CN. So what I can say if matrix dot key is equals to let's copy this bounce rate. Am I right? So let me check. Yeah, I'm right. So I'll say if it's bounce rates pointed none, that is event none. So it's not clickable. So now let's say on click. We can also do it here if it's this, so it's not going to click. So we can say if. So let me just create a function first. Let's just do it like this. Set metrics. So set active metric dot key. So let me call this out. I'll say if metrics if this is equals to this, return like this. So now let's open the button and here I'm just going to say span. Let's give this a class name text 10 pixel, text muted foreground. Then we have uppercase, font bold. Then we have a group over text primary. Then we have group data active true text primary transition color like this. Then here we're going to just say metrics dot label. Yeah. So below here we're going to have a div, and let's say if we have a class name flex item baseline grab 2, and then we're going to just have the value. So I'll say text to Excel font bold. Then I'm just going to import this. Then we say text x flex item center gap 0.5 text and green 600, just like this. Now we're going to add a separator here. I'm going to say separator from UI components. So I'm going to change the rotation to vertical. Then let's give this a class name um my2 bg border like this. Then let's give it height of 15. Let's say self center and last hidden like this. So we are done with the header. So let me collapse this. Now let's work on the content. So on the content we have px. So I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to say pr3 pl0 et0 and then pb6 like this. So let's also give this height of 350 and width full. Then uh let's change this to charts data. Then let's also below here let's give this margin equals to left is -5, right 0, top 38, bottom 0 like this. I'm just going to also add this. So here we're going to say few metrics. So I think everything here is correct. So 1. Then here we're going to change it to primary. Let's also change this to 0.2. Then stop 95. Let's change this to primary. And then we can say stop color. I'll just say 002. Then this we're going to say so we have the linear. Okay. So let's remove this. Let's remove the second one because we're having only one, not two linear gradients. So here we are having, we're going to change this. We're going to say stroke dash. We're going to say 3 vertical force. And this is date force for 832. Then this is okay. Then for the tooltip, so for the tooltip, I think the tooltip is okay. but we have already x-axis, we need the y-axis. So I'm just going to come down below here and let's import x-axis. So I mean y-axis. Sorry, import that. And now this is first tick margin 8, tick formatter. So this is going to be if greater than 1000, then follow divided by 1000 like this. And this is okay. Then for the area, we are just going to have only one area. So I'll remove this one. Yeah, we're going to change this to uh, active active metric, then natural. Then I'm going to change this to, let's scroll up, what do we call it? Fill metric. So I'll change this to fill metric, then change this to primary. And then I'm going to also add fill opacity 1. Then I don't think I need this. So I'm just going to say stroke width. So by this. So this is okay. So we don't need any chat legend. So I'll just remove it. And let me remove all of this from the import, description, title, chat legend, and content. And then this dummy data. Also the description. This one too. Let's see. So I think everything is okay. So we can see the chart now. You can see analytic chart. So we have February 1st, February 2nd, 3rd, and 4th because we set the date range to month to date. We can move it to last 30 days. Let's see. And we can see January 6th. We can see the interval. So this is working fine. So I need to add spacing to the top. So this can have a space here. So we can see the top. So I think everything. So we can see unique visitor 04, sorry, 1. And currently we have only one unique visitor and I have a total page view too. So I'm just going to pick for a year to date and let's see. So from January 2nd, February, um, we can see. So let me filter this 7 days. So we can see from January 28th to February last. So today we have let me see, zero view, zero page view. So everything is working fine. So we can click on total page view. This is unique. Let me click. So this is not working. Okay, we can see total page view. Average, average. So if I move here, you can see average time 211. I think this is not having space, so we can just fix this. So there's a space between the card, the label, and the value, and you can see this is disabled. We click on this, we can see page view 1 and 0, then unique visitor, we can see 0 and then 1. So this is working fine. So let's go to the code. So I also remove this date stuff from the use query. So I also want to make some changes. So let's go into the main top bar. So inside here, I'm going to change this to, instead of 7, this should be 6, and this should be 29. Then I want to move all of these. Um, I want to move both the preset and this inside the parent. So I'll copy all of these, and I'll go into the parent, and I'm going to paste them here. So let me paste it here. So I'm going to remove this and paste it here. So now you can see we have the presets, and also we're going to use this effect to set the default and date range, which is going to be month to date. And let's just go back to, let me go back into my toolbar. So I'm just going to copy the import here. I'm just going to copy this, save. I'll come over here and I'm going to just paste it here. Let me just remove this. So for this, I'm just going to, let's go into the main toolbar and let me just copy this. So we can quickly create type. So let me create a type folder. And let's say match date range or date presets .tx. So I'll just paste it here and I'm going to just export it. So copy this and let me go back. Let me go into page.txx and let's import this. And the error should stop. So I'm going to pass this inside the main toolbar. So let me paste it here. So I'm going to just paste all of this. I don't think we need set date range. So instead of handle, I'm just going to say on select on presets select. Then we have active presets here. So let's just I'll remove the date range. We don't need it. So let's go inside there. So I'm just going to comment this out, remove this. So we can just import it from. Then we don't need this. I'm going to say let's do it here. I'll say active active presets is going to be of date range presets. Then I'm just going to say on presets select. So like this. So let's get the active, remove all of this. Say active set active presets, and then on press on presets. So let me just copy this and paste it here. So I'm just going to remove this. And then yeah, I'm just going to say let's remove this. There is a set on preset select. Let's pass in the preset key, and the error should stop. Set preset. Let's see. Okay. I need to also so let me still add it. Yeah, let me add it here, preset key like this. So let's go into the page.txx, and I think everything. I don't think we need to even pass in the sets. We can remove this. We don't need to pass it. So I'll go back into the main toolbar and let me remove set preset, remove it. And let's remove this. So once it's set, it's going to update, it's going to add it here, set active preset. So let's save this and then let's make sure everything is working. So everything's still working. So let me try and filter by 7 days, and we can see everything is working, still working fine. So let's go back to the code, and then inside the analytics chart we can just increase this to 48. And let's see so I'm just going to go back to the browser, And let's see whether, okay, now we can see that the space, it has some spacing here. So I'll go 7 days. And now we can see the top and the eye is covering properly. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and work on the location chart. So let's work on the location server action. So I'm going to action and going to analytics. And let me close this. So I'm going to collapse this. And I'm going to say export async function. And then I'm going to call this get location analytics. And this is, we're going to also pass in this same data. I'll copy that and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to also copy let's copy the get. So I'm going to change this to 29. Then let's just copy all of this from here, copy everything, and let's paste it here. So below here now we are going to get the data. We're going to aggregate data by the country. So we are going to display this in the map, not chart, but map. So let's create a record or say constant country. Sorry, country. I'll call this country map. This is going to be of type record string, and then it's going to be string, and it's going to be of type visitor, which is going to be set string, and then let's open it like this. So like this. So we have the country map now with the type, and yeah, I'm just going to set this. Okay, we're going to also need code with a string. You can just set this to any if you want. So let's just change it to any and set this to empty object like this. So now let's loop through the sections. The for each, I'll say session type any, and let's just return this. So we're going to say if not session, so yeah, session dot country. Let's return. So the country, remember in the routes inside the collect API, we pass in the country here. We pass in country and country code. So we're going to make use of both of them. So I'm going to then, if we can find the country inside this, let me put the type back so you know. So if we can find the country, sorry, if we can find the country inside the country map, then we are going to add a let's add the initial value. So I'll say country map, sorry, session dot country. Then let's set a default value. Say country map session. So copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be equals to. Remember, we need to pass in the visitors, which is of new sets. Sorry, oh, I don't know why this is removing. So let me paste the type back. So set. Then we're going to say code, which is session dot country code. So, should I just name this country code instead of code? Country code or empty string like this. So let me just say country code. This is fine. So now we have the default value or the initial value. Now we're going to do a check. We say if not country, so country map, country, sorry, So paste this here. If a country, my session dot country dot country code and session dot country code, and then so if we don't have the country code yet, but we have the session, so we have the session, we are going to just add it there. So we're going to say country map. Sorry, let's copy this. Country map session dot country dot country code is equals to session dot country code. So if we don't have the country code inside the session map, I think we should have it because we've already set it here. But if we do not have it, we're going to just set it here too. So after we are going to then add the visitor inside. So because the visitors now is still empty, this is still empty. So let's add it. Say country map session dot country session dot country. Let's add in the session dot visitor ID by this. So we're going to find the country with the most visitor. Then we are going to convert all these country values to between 0 to 100% scale. So for the map visualization. So let's do that. So we're going to say let's maximum visitor is going to be equal to 0. Then we're going to say objects. We're going to convert this. So let's say country map. Then we're going to say for each country, and let's say maximum visitor now is going to be equals to, we're going to use max.maximum, not max. You say maximum visitors c dot country dot visitors dot size. So with this now we can then shape the data so that we can send it to the client side. So let's convert each of these country visitor count to percentage from 0 to 100%. So what we are going to say constant location is equals to object dot entry. So we're going to say country map dot map. So let's get the country and then data. Yeah. So now we're going to return the name, which is country, the code, which is data dot country code. So this should be country. Then visitors, this should be data dot visitor dot size. Now we need the value, and this value will, oh sorry, we'll call it value, and this value will be used, will come in format of percentage, and it's going to be used for the map. So we're going to say maximum visitor if it's greater than 0. Then we are going to say math dot round data dot visitors dot size divided by maximum visitors multiplied by 100. Then else we just set it to 0. So we are going to just return the locations like this. So now let's go ahead and create the components and make use of this inside. So let's create a component inside the dashboard. A common folder, we're going to say locations.cxx. So let's say RASCE IFCE. I'll change it to locations. And then we're going to have, we're going to also pass in the date range. So date range. And this is going to be of type date range. Let's import date range from date. So it's going to be all undefined like this. So let's also get the website ID. So we can get that from the use param. So I'm just going to change this to use clients. Then below here, I'm going to say constant params is equals to use param. So let's import this for next navigation. Then we're going to say constant website ID is equals to params dot website ID as string. So let's use query from stack create query. So import use query. Let's give it a query key. I'll set it to locations. Pass in website ID. So let's pass in the query key. Sorry, the query function, not query key. Async. And let's say constant response is equals to await get location analytics. We pass in the website ID. Then we also pass in the date range dot from, and then we also pass in date range dot to like this. We can also add uh, enable if there's website ID. So let's say constant data is equals to let's get the data here. I'll call this let me call this data and it's loading or it's pending. Then I'm going to say location data is equals to data dot locations. So there's a problem. Okay. So we didn't return this. Return response. And the error should stop. So let's go ahead and let's go over to the website and let's go over to the package we're going to use for displaying the map. So let's go. So you can come over to React Simple Map. So we're going to be using React Simple Map, but we're not going to use this particular package because this particular package is not up to date. The React is not up to date to React 19. So we are going to be using a package that's already up to, but it's still using React Simple Map under the hood. So let's just come over, search for React 19 Simple Maps, and then we can see this package. We can use it and this works properly. So you can see how to use it. So you just pass in the URL. This is similar to if you go to React Simple Map documentation. It's exactly how you do it. You can see JSON. So this is a different link, but this one works. So we can use this. Then we can import uh, you can import all of this from the package, and then we're going to display this inside the file. So let's just go ahead and install it, and then we're going to copy all of this inside. So I'll go back to my code editor, and let me open my terminal, cancel the server, and let's install it. So I'm going to install npm install React 19 Simple Map 1.2.1. So just install it. So let me install it properly. So let's wait for this to install. While this is installing, let's go over to the browser and let's copy this. So I'll copy this whole. Let me copy all of them. We're going to put them in order. So just copy this and let's head back to the browser. Sorry, to the code editor. And so I'll collapse this and I'm going to just paste it below here. Then I can move all of this. Let me move this import. Yeah, and move this down. Then I can also move this. I'll move it here. Then we can copy this or just cut this out. Remove all of this now. And then inside here, uh I'm going to import card component for now. Just paste it here. We're still going to modify. So let's make sure. So this has installed. So run my server npm1 dev. Now let's come over here. So below here, I'm just going to add if loading and data is pending, not is loading. So let's import the skeleton. Then here we have the card. Let's also add the card header. So for the card header, I will say class name. So let's just leave the class name for this, for the card header. So let's add it back. We are going to add padding X here. So let's add card title. I'll call it locations. I'll give this a class name, text, small font, semi-bold. So now, so I'm going to also, let's wrap this inside content. Say card contents, and let me move this inside. So for the card content, I'm just going to give its class name, padding 0, then relative. Right. So let's give this a div. Let's move this inside a div. And I'm going to move this inside. Let's give this a class name. I'll say width full, height 300 pixel, and then I'll just give margin top 17 like this. So now let's start implementing the component, the composable map component. So we're going to change the height here to 300, and this is because of TypeScript issues. I'm just going to add latitude and longitude. So I've imported it. I'm going to also give it a class name with full height full. Maybe I should just even comment this. I'll leave this like this. So here we have the geo URL, which was passed from this URL. Now we are going to, so this is map here. So what we are going to do, we are going to, let's cut this out, return like this, and let's say return, and let's return like this. So now what we are going to do, we are going to say constant uh country name first. So we're trying to get the geography property. We're trying to get the country name. So I'll say property dot name, or we can just copy the same thing. But this time we're going to use capital letter on name. I'll just say empty string. So we're going to get the country name. Then we are going to then say constant. We're going to find the country from our data. We say country data is equals to location data dot find. We are going to find, let me just use S here. We are going to find we're going to try to find the country name in this country data. So you should understand that if we go over to route collect, so the name of the country might differ. For example, this might return United States, while in the location in this URL, geo URL, this might return location United States of America. So let's look at it. So if I go over to the browser and I paste it and I send it, you can see that if I find United States, you can see United here, States of America, and this might be different. So we are going to, what we're going to do, we're going to try to find it, make sure uh it's included in the country name. If it's included in the country name, then we'll be able to find the country from the country data. So let's say name is equals to country name. So if it's equals to country name, that's fine. Or if not, we can say or we say s name, sorry, dot include country name. So if this include, we can pick it, and then we can use the last one. We say country name dot includes s dot name. So anyway, we've checked for the match. If name matches the country name, then it's go ahead. If not, then we check if session name, the country data, the location data, name inside the uh, include inside the country name from this geographic function, from this geographic data. we are going to we are going to go on with it. But if not, we're going to say country name. This country includes uh the name from the country data. That is the country name. And if you go to server action, uh if you scroll down, you can see that we set it to name as country. You can change it if you want to country. That's fine. So that's it. So we have what we need. Now we are going to come over to geography here, and I'm going to say geo ID or geo dot property. So let me copy the property dot name, or you're going to say geography. So let me copy geography dot index of geo like this. So to get a key. Now, okay, we've already passed this. Now what I want to do now, I'm going to add mouse over. So I want to add mouse, sorry, mouse over. So what I want to do is if country data, so sorry, this should be small data. If country data, then we are going to say constant, uh, this is going to be equals to, let's get the event the current target dot get bounding client rectangle. What we are going to do, so we are going to add, so why we need is we want to show a tooltip, like a pop over over the particular country. So we can see the number of country, the flag, and the name of the country. So I'm going to add, let me add this here. Okay, let me add it here. I'm going to add a state. So let me just remove this and import. Let me just import React from React. So let me add React here. So we're going to have the name of the country, the code, the visitor number, the X and Y position. So with this, we can come over here where we have the mouse over. Then let's say set tooltip, and then we can pass in the name, which is going to be country data dot name. We have visitor, which is going to be country data dot visitor. Then we have code, which is country data dot country code. Let me change it to country code. Oh, let's just leave it like this. Country code. This is fine. Let me just make sure to use country code. So I'll copy this. I'll change it to country code. So now we need the X. We're going to say red dot left plus red dot width divided by 2. Then Y we can get red dot top like this. So now we also need to add on mouse leaf. We are going to set tooltip no like this. So now for the style, we are going to modify the style to fit our design. So what I want to do, I want to also I want to import. Let's get the theme. So I'll say this is equals to use theme, and let's get theme from here. And we're going to say let's move this to top. Oh, let's just leave it. So so I'm going to just paste it here. So I'm going to say uh, let's get it from inside the theme. So if thing is equals to system theme, if dark, then current theme is equals to dark. So let's scroll down to where we have the field. So I'll drag this down. So now for the field, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say if country data, then I'm going to use a color for this. This color FAFD19. So this is when if there's country, but if there's no country data, then we need to check if it's dark mode, then we show a dark color. So something like this. So so if now we're going to show we're going to say this color else this. So let me remove a comma here, and then this is okay. So let's say fill opacity. We're going to also do the same thing. Say country data. Then we are going to say country data the value divided by 100 times 0.6 plus 0.2 else 1 like this. So let's also add stroke if dark. If it's dark, then I think we can choose a different color. I'm going to say 40404. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's add 0 at the end. Else we can just say E5 E5, so like this. Let's add comma. Now we can say stroke and stroke width 0.5, outline none. Then let's also add transition below here. Transition, I'll just say all 250 ms. So we're going to also copy the same thing here. So I'll say fill. So on hover, so I'm just going to copy this. Let me move this down like this. But this time I'm going to change the color. So I've changed the color. So this is going to be D9 4D138 3D 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 and FFE01. Then we're going to also add fill opacity. So I'm going to add that here. So this is going to be country. If there's 0.9 else 1. Then we also for cursor we say pointer if there's data else default. Then for press we just remove the fill. Then we just let's just go close this. So let's come down below here. After this if now what we are going to do, we're going to say if tooltip. Then we're going to show a div. Let's give this a class name and this class. So we're going to say fix set index 50 x3 py2, then text bg popover, text popover foreground, then border rounded large and shadow large. Then you're going to add some style here. It says style left. We say tooltip dot x. We have pixels. Then top. We say tooltip dot y minus 60 px. Then transform. We'll just say translate x minus 50%. So let's close this. Now we can use this inside here. So we're going to say div class name flex item center gap 2 margin button 1. Then we are going to say data dot find. Sorry, not data. It should be location data. So let me change this to location data dot find. So let's say let's call this location. So say location. Sorry, I made a mistake. Say location dot name. Is equals to. So we're going to just say location dot name is equals to tip dot name. So let's get the code. Is it code or this should be okay? We say and okay, we're getting the code. If this match, we just get the code from the location data. Then we can say image. We can instead of doing this, we can also do tooltip the country code instead. So let's try tooltip dot country code. So I'll just remove all of this. I'll just say tooltip dot country code. They'll say src So I'm going to be using an API. So let's check it. I'll just go over to, I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to be using flag API. And so this that you just pass in the country code and this will work. So just pass in the country code there and we can able to get the flag. So let's go back to the code and let's paste it here. So I'm going to run this, I'm going to like this, paste it. Then I'm going to pass in the code. So let's say tooltip dot country code slash say flat 64.png. And let's also add in the class name size 4 rounded. And then outside here, we're going to add in the tooltip dot name. Let's also add in, so I think yeah, let's also add in the visitor. So tooltip the visitor, and then I think this is it. I think that's all. So let's try this out. So that's all. So what I want to do, I want to also put a note here. So I'm going to say a over a highlighted country for details. So absolute bottom 4 left 6 text 10 pixel and text method like this. So let's make sure the server is running and let's go over to the browser. So I forgot to use this component inside the page. So let's go into, so I'll save this. Let's go into website page and let's come over here. Let's pass in the date range and let's import this. So save this and let's head over to the browser. So this is it. So the just now we can see the map. So if we hover over the highlighted area, we can see the country, the flag, and the number of visitor. So everything is working fine. So everything's working fine. So now we are going to go ahead and work on the device analytics. So let's work on the device analytics. So just go over to, we're going to create the action first. So I'm going to lapse this. And then I'm just going to, let me close this. So I'll say export async function. I'll call this get device analytics. And let me copy all of this. I'll copy this, paste it here. Then I'm going to copy from here. So let's copy all of this and let's paste it here. So so here we have the session. So we're going to, okay, we have so for this I think I made we're supposed to select only what we need, like the country and country code. But we can leave this now. Let me do it here. So I'm just going to select device size underscore size, then browser OS, then visitor ID underscore ID. So all of this is correct. So we're going to go by browser and also by OS. So we are going to use constant and we're going to say device size map. This is going to have a type of record of type string and then set, which is going to have type of string, and this is going to equals to an empty object. So let's duplicate this. I'm going to change this from device size to browser, and this will have the same thing. So let's also duplicate it again for OS like this. So now let's go ahead and look through the sessions. It's a session for each session. Let me just call this any And let's return this. So we will get this and device for each session. Also device is equals to device session dot device size. I'll just say unknown like this. So let's duplicate this. I'll call this browser, and let me change this to browser, and also OS like this. So now we have the data. Now we are going to check. We're going to say if not device. So we can copy device size map first. So say if not device size map device. So we're going to say, so if does not exist, if this device size does not exist inside the device size map, we are going to then add it. We're going to add the empty, we're going to add the set. So I'm just going to say device size map device, let's say equals to new set like this. So you can change this to device size if you want. Uh, then here I'm going to then add the visitor. So say device size device dot add session dot visitor ID underscore ID. So now we're adding the visitor ID to the new sets added to this device size. So we have this already added. Now let's do the same for browser. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. So I'll just copy browser map, paste it here. And then we'll just say, let me change this to browser. And let me change this to browser map, then copy browser. And let's just replace all of this with browser like this. So we are going to also do the same thing with OS. So I'll just quickly duplicate this. So just change this to OS map. Then this is going to be OS. Then we have, we have OS map. Then OS here. Then this will be OS map. The OS. So let's cross check that we don't make any mistake. Device map, device size map, device browser map, browser, then browser map OS, and this is correct. So now we are done with this. So now we are going to convert the device map into an array. So I'm going to come there. I'm going to say constant device size is equals to object dot entry. We're going to pass in device size map. Then we're going to say dot map, get the name and visitor. This is going to, we're going to return an object here, and then we're going to return name, and then the visitor, which is going to be visitor dot size. So we're going to sort by the largest. We're going to move the largest to the top. I'm going to say dot sort AB, then if b dot visitor dot a dot visitor by this. So we're going to copy this. I'm going to change this to devices size, and let's return this. So say return devices size. Devices size. Then we are going to do for browsers. So just copy this, paste it here. So let's copy browser map here, and I'm going to change this to browsers Then we're going to say browser map. Then we're going to have name visitor. It's going to be the same thing. So let's return browsers. And for the OS, I'll just duplicate this, paste it here. I'll just change this to operating system. Operating systems. Or we can say OS. Let's leave it to operating systems. Then I'm going to just copy OS map, pass it here, and then this is okay. So everything is fine. So now we should pass operating systems. Yeah. So we are done with the device analytics. So let's go into a dashboard, website page, and let's create the component. So I'm going to say device.txx, RAFCE devices. Let me copy this. Oh no, let's just add it here. I'll add date range, which is going to be of type date range from date picker, and this is going to be undefined. So let's use it inside the website. So I'll uncomment this, then pass in the date range, and let's import this. So now let's go back and start working on this. So let's convert this to use client. And then we're going to get the website ID. So say constant params is equals to use params for next navigation. Then we say constant website ID is equals to params website ID as string like this. So we are going to have a state, say constant active tab, set active tab. This is going to be equals to use states, and we're going to set it to size as default. So I'm going to set the type here. So let me set the active tab type. I'll say type um active active. Okay, let me say tab type is equals to size browser OS like this. So we can just quickly set it here. So now let's import use query. So I'll say data is pending is equals to use query from Tansa query. I say query key is going to be device. Then we'll pass in the website ID. Yeah. So let's add comma and then let's add a query function. Async and let's return constant response is equals to await get device analytics, and let's pass in website ID, date range, dot from, and date range dot to. So here we can also let's return the response, and then we can say enable if website ID exists. This is true. So if there's no website ID, this won't score. So so we have the data now. So because we're going to be creating a tab here, let's add the is pending first. Let's say is pending um or not data. Then let's return a skeleton. So I'll give this a class name of height 300 pixel, width full and rounded extra large. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant display data is going to be equals to, let's import use memo. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if data, if not data, I'm going to return an empty array. Then I'm going to say if active tab is equals to size, then let's return data dot device size empty array. Let's duplicate this. So I'm going to change this to if browser, then this is going to return browsers. If OS, sorry, it's going to return operating system like this. So now we're going to add the empty. So let's also return. I think if not data, this is return empty array here. And then I'm just going to add data active tab. I think this is right. So so now we have this. Now let's use this inside. We're going to create the card component. So let's import card. Let's import card component from UI card. So paste it here, and let's give this a class name. I'm just going to say px6. Let's say p4, then px6. So it should be py4, and then we're going to say gap2. Let's import the card header from UI card, and let's give this a class name. I'm going to say p0 and padding top2. Let's say padding 0, padding bottom 0, then padding to like this. So this is okay. So we're going to say card title. Let's say devices. Let's give this a class name. I'm going to say text small, font semi-bold. And let's import card action. And there we are going to look through. So let's create the list here. Let's create the list here. So I'm going to say constant what should we call it? Tabs. Okay, let's call it tab list. This will be an array, and I will say ID, size, label, size, or we can just say label and value. Let's add comma here. Let me change this instead to ID instead of label instead of value. So I'm just going to add comma here, duplicate this. So I'm going to change this to uh, browser. Then it's going to be browser, and then we're going to have OS here. I'm going to change this to OS like this. Now we can use this I'll say and tab list dot map. There's a tab, and let's return a button. Let's pass in a key to key dot sorry tab dot id. Then on click, we're going to say set active tab. We're going to say tab dot id. So this is going to throw an error. We can set the type here. We say tab list. We can say id tab then label string. So copy this, or let's change this to tab. So just add a type here, and the error should stop. So let's add a class name here. It's a class name cn. So import cn from utils. Then let's say text extra small fonts, medium, then pb1 border, border bottom 2, transition, all, then cursor pointer. So let's add comma here. We say if this is active tab. So if active tab is equals to tab dot id, then we are going to say border, border primary text primary, else. So that's not it for else. Let me just set this like this. If this is close to this. Okay, let's just use the else instead. We'll say else border transparent text muted foreground. So let me change this to this. Then I'll say hover text foreground like this. So let's add the label. So we have tab label. So below here we can add the card content. And let's give this a class name of P0PT3. And let's give a div here with a class name flex item center justify between flex extra small flex muted foreground font medium margin button 1. So inside the div we're going to have a span, and we are going to say active tab. If active tab is equals to size, then we are going to say this is size screen size, sorry. Else if active tab is equals to browser, we say browser. Else we just say OS like this. So below here we say span visitor. So yeah, we're going to display the we're going to use the display data. So let's copy this and let's come over here. We say display data dot length is equals to 0. Then let's have an empty state or say div class name text small text foreground. Let's use muted foreground. There's a text center. Let's give this padding of 10. So inside here, I'll just say no active tab data found. Then we can say else display data dot map. I'll say item. Let's give this. Let me just return like this. And let's return div. Let's say key item dot name. Let's give this a class name relative. Then we're going to create a div again. Let's give this a class name of flex item center justify between py 2.5. We say hover bg muted 50. I think we don't need we need this. So I'll remove the hover. So we're going to have another div. And this div we have a class name of flex item center gap 2. Then we need to have an icon. So I'm going to import these icons here. So I'm going to paste the icons I'm going to use. So let me paste them here. So I'm going to then import them from Lucy React. So for the sizes, I'm using mobile. I'm going to write mobile, which is smartphone, desktop, monitor, laptop, tablets, icon, Chrome icon, Safari, Compass, Firefox, Global. You can replace it with the icons if you want, if you don't want to use the Lucy React. So I'm just going to go ahead and use this. So I'll come down here. I'll scroll down to the bottom here, and I'm going to just say constant icon is equals to icon map. I'm going to say item dot name. I'm going to say group icon. So now we're going to use the icon here. Say icon, and we're going to give this a class name size 4. And then let's also give this text muted foreground. Then we can say span, and let's give this a class name text small. I'll say item dot name. Uh, so we have this down below here. We're going to have a div. Let's also give this a class name flex item center gap 2, and then we're going to also use span, and let's say item dot visitors. dot to look string, and let's give it a class name x small, font medium. So we are done with it. So let's test it out. Let's make sure we've imported it inside the page.txx and pass the date range. So if we come over there, we can see devices, desktop, one visitor, browser. We can see I'm currently using Chrome. Then OS, I'm using Windows. So it's working fine. Let's now work on the top sources. So let's first of all go into the action analytics, and I'm going to collapse this. And let's say exports async function, and let's call it get source analytics. And then we're going to copy this, and let's pass it here. Then we can copy all of this from here. So copy all of this, then let's paste it inside there. So now we're not going to need browser and device size. So what we're going to need is referrals. So let me fix this. Let's say referrals like this. Sorry, like this. So we are going to only need the referrals. So let me make sure this is correct. I'll go into the collect endpoints and check for referrals here. Okay, referrals. And then I'm just going to paste it here. So now we are going to say constant source map, and this is going to be of type record, string, and set. Set is going to have a type of string, and it's going to be equals to empty object. So now let's do the same thing we've been doing with the sessions. There are for each session. Let's just call it X to make it short. And let's say let source equals to direct or none. They will say if uh session dot ref refer, you're going to say try catch. So what we are going to do here, we're going to try to remove we're going to only get the host name. We're going to only get the domain, sorry. I'm going to say new URL dot session dot referral dot host name, and we're going to replace www dot with empty string like this. Then if there's any error, you're just going to set source is equals to direct or none. So below here we're going to say if not source map, then we're going to pass in the source. Then we can say source map source is equals to new set. Now we can say source map source dot add session the visitor. I think yeah we passed it here, so it just says visitor ID underscore ID. Now we are going to repeat what we did in this session. We're going to repeat what we did in that function. We're going to say constant source. I'll call it sources is going to be equals to object or entry source map dot map name and the visitor. And we're going to say name, then visitor, visitor dot size. And then let's sort. So this is going to move the highest the highest visitor, the highest size or the highest visitor to the top. I'm going to say b dot visitor, a dot visitor. And now we can just return, let's return sources. So let's go ahead and create the components. I'm going to say top, common folder, I'm going to say top source, top source.txx, RASE, top, I can say top sources. Let's change it to top sources. So let's pass in the date range. Sorry, date range of type date range from we add date picker and we can just say undefined. So let's import this inside. Let me first of all change this to use clients. Then let's go into page.txx and let's uncomment this and let's pass in date range. So copy this and let's pass it here. Make sure to import it and let's go into the top sources. So let's first of all get the website ID. So constant params is equals to use params. So constant website ID is equals to params dot website ID a string. So let's import use query. Sorry, use query from stack we add query. And let's pass in the query key. I'm going to say top source. Let's pass in the query function async. Sorry, and let's return as a constant response is equals to await get source analytics. Let's pass in website ID date range dot from date range dot to. So now I'm going to say data. Let's call it analytics. And then let's say it's pending. And below here we're going to say let's also add enabled only when there's website ID. And then we're going to say analytics. So let's call it let's say analytics data. Let's return this. Return response. Let me import skeleton. So now we have the data here. Or let me just say data data dot, this is fine. So now let's import card components from Shanty UI. Let's give this a class name SAP Y4 BX6. So let's import card header. Let's give this a class name, sorry, a class name of padding 0 and padding T2. So like this, and inside here we're going to import card title. Let's say top source. Let's give this a class name of text small and font semi-bold. So let's say top padding 0, padding to like this. So we are going to come below here and let's import card content. Let's say class name padding 0, padding top 4. So here let's define a div class name. I'll say widthful space y. Let's just leave this like this. Now let's not need for space. Let's then say sources. Okay, sources data dot length is equals to 0. Then let's have a div, and inside the div we're going to say no source data found. Let's give this a class name. Let's say text small text muted foreground and text center. And then let's say py10. So here we're going to say else. Let's let's find a div and let's give this a class name of space y1. We're going to have a div here, and then let's say span source, duplicate it, and let's say let's change this to visitors. Let's give this a class name text item center, justify between text extra small font, uh let's give font medium, and then uh text muted foreground, and let's give this medium bottom 2. So below here we're going to say div, or let's just say source. Let's look through the data. Source data dot map source says to any, and let's just return. Let's return a div. Let's give it a class name. So let's give it a key first. We say source dot name. Uh, yeah. So we're going to use name because name is not going to appear 2 times. I think so. We can use index if not to be sure. And let's just give it a class name, flex item center, justify between text extra small, text and let's remove text. Let's do that inside this div. So we're going to have a div. Let's give it a class name, flex item center, gap 2. Let's give it flex 1. And here I'm going to say truncate PR4 like this. So let's have a div here. So what we're going to do, we're going to say source name dot name if it's not equals to direct or none, and source dot name is not equals to localhost. And we want to show an image, we say image is I should stop. Okay, we need to add null here. So what we are going to show the image, the five icon for each domain. So I'm going to be using this link. So let me say SRC and let me paste the link. So this is a Google link. And we're going to pass in the source.name. And remember in the app analytics.tx, the source.name is the name here, the source.name is actually the source we got from here, which is going to be the domain. So once we pass this is going to give us the domain image or the website image can be the website 5 icon, sorry. Then let's add a class name here, size for rounded small. Then we can say on error we're going to say event.current. Let me remove this. Let me see if we can get current target dot style dot display equals to none. Then below here we're going to say if source name is equals to direct and matches local, we are going to show global and also we are going to show so the icon is going to be global. Then we can show this. What we can do, we can just say um let's just remove this else else I will just show global instead. Then also we need to add a source name, so it's going to be text mode truncate. So I'm going to remove this truncate from here. Hopefully this will make this so this is going to truncate the name. Then we need to also below here let's say span and let's give this a class name text small font semi bold and let's say source. It should be source. Yeah, source is coming from here. Source dot visitor let's say to look like this. So I might change this to just source name. Since source, we're going to have only one source name in the data. So I think that is all. Let's make sure everything is correct. So I'll collapse this. I should see. So let me make sure I've saved. Going to page.css. Save this and let's head over to the browser. Let's first of all give this a minimum height. I'll give the card a minimum height. 300 pixels. And now let's go over to the browser. We can see it. So I'm going to scroll down. Now we can see direct unknown one because I'm using localhost 3000. So we're not going to see any, we're not going to see the five icon and any read domain and URL. So let's work on the server action to get live current live users or live visitors. Sorry. So let's go into action analytics. Let's collapse this and then let's create a function. Say export async function gets live visitors. Then let's pass in the website's ID. It's going to be of type string. So let's go ahead and copy this. I'll just copy only these two. And let's paste it here. So now I'm going to say constant now is equals to date dot now. Sorry, dot now. So let's say constant is equals to await Insforge. The database, sorry, the from sessions the select visitor ID underscore ID equal to website ID underscore ID, and let's pass in website ID here. Then we're going to say greater than. So what we're trying to do, we are going to try to filter out. We're going to filter out the sections that the last heartbeat is greater than the you can say 60 seconds, which we put in the X. Let's go to pixel, which we added here the time frame. So currently I added 10 seconds here, 10 seconds here. So we can say we should only filter the sessions and get only what the heartbeat, the last heartbeat. So in the collect endpoint, we are going to see we added the last heartbeat as. So I'll copy this and let's go back to the analytics. So I'm going to say you need to filter sessions where last heartbeat at. Then we're going to see new date. We're going to say now, which we define here, minus. If you set 60 seconds, we can add 60 seconds here. So I added in pixel I added 10 seconds. Maybe I might extend. Let me see this. I might extend this to 30 seconds. So it depends what you want. You might want to increase uh the the interval to 60 seconds or above. Then you can increase the filtering here to maybe 120 seconds. So it has more time frame to count the number of unique visitors, the number of to filter the number of sessions. So currently I'm just going to give this 30 seconds here. And then let's just say to ISO string because it's giving an error. And let me add dots here, I forgot. sorry, this should be inside, not outside. So now we're going to filter every sessions within the last 30. So let's also say if error, let's return. So let's get error here. We say data sessions error, and we say error failed to fetch data. So let's count the unique visitor. We say unique visitors is going to be equals to new set. We're going to say sessions dot map, then session. We're going to say session dot visitor ID. So this is going to give us an array of session ID. Then this set is going to remove every duplicate. And it's going to give us only the unique. So I'm going to say constant live visitor is equals to unique visitor dot size. And let's return live visitors like this. So I hope you understand this session, this filtering, and filtering the last heartbeat that is greater than the current time, which is less than 30 seconds. 30 seconds, yeah. So um so let's go and try this. So I'm going to go, let's go into the dashboard, common, then inside the main top bar, where we have it. So I'm going to do that here. So let me just say constant is equals to use query, and let's pass in query key. I'll call it live visitors, and let's pass in website ID. So it's a query function async, and let's say constant response is equals to await get live visitors. Let's pass in website ID as string. Website ID as string. Then we can say enabled website ID. So you can also add a refresh interval here. If you want, you can say a refresh interval in background. We can set a, so this is going to set a pool. So sorry, not background. No, sorry, made a mistake. This should be refresh interval. You can see every 30 seconds. This is going to call this endpoint. So I'll say data live visitors, then is pending. So with this, I can just copy, or let's just say um, live visitor data. So copy. So I also forgot to return a response. Response to live visitor, or I'll just say 0. So I'll change this to live visitor. So copy this and let's go straight to where we have the current. I think it's around here. Yeah. So yeah. So what I'm going to say if it's pending, then let's import skeleton. So I'll say class name height 4 width 12, inline. This is okay, 12. We can say else. Let's move this here. And then I'm going to say, let's remove this 0. Let's see. Live visitor. And since we've already added a zoo, so let me just add this here. I'll say 0. So we are done with this. Let's try it. So I'll just go over to my browser to make sure the server is running. So now we should be able to see one current visitor. Remember, my own is counting the set interval I set in the pixel. The JX is every 10 seconds, so this is going to call. So and we also added a refresh interval to 30 seconds. So now you can see that we have done with everything. So we can filter by 7 days. So this is not working. Let me go and fix this. So let's just go into the code and let me scroll and see. So add websites. So I'm setting here set open. So let me go and change this to set open websites. And let me replace this to set open websites true. So if I go over to the browser now, if I click and the dialog should open. So before we go ahead and deploy the app, let's go over to our code and convert our script into a minify fashion. So I'll go into public and you can see inside the JX, you can see the file is like this. And we also need to change the endpoints to the deploy URL once we deploy. So let's first of all convert this into a mini. So to convert it, I'm going to be using a let me close this. I'm going to be using ES build to do this. So I'm going to paste the command in my terminal. So I'm using nps ES build. I'm going to point to the public folder jx pixel. So I think this is wrong. It should be pixel. So pixel minify output file. So I point back into the directory to give me the pixel.minify. So don't worry, we're going to change it once we get the URL. So I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to go ahead and then build and compile and minify the pixel.js file. So now we can see we have the minify version, which is cleaner. So now we have this. We can go into the lib folder. I think constant folder. And we can change this to instead of pixel.js, we can say pixel.mini. I think that's what we named it, mini.jx. So save this. Now we can go ahead and deploy the app. So if we go over to our browser now, and let's go to Insforge. If you go to deployments below the in the sidebar, then click on learn more. It will take you to the deployment page where you can read more about how to deploy the app. So we are going to be using our AI agent to deploy this app. So let's go into the code editor. Uh, let's go to the code editor. Now let's ask the AI agent to deploy this app. So I'm going to say deploy this app to Insforge. Also don't forget to change. So let me go into my env. Also don't forget to change the this to the deployed URL, and also let's go into pixel and let's copy this. Oh, there's no need. Let's just tell it to deploy. We are going to redeploy it again. So let's just now we can see and also the pixel or PA and pixel minify. So it's going to help us to do that. And endpoints. So the deployed URL. So I'm going to click on enter and let's see. So it's going to create the deployment. So let's see. Let's wait for this to. So it's you can see it's running info through SQL. Okay. Now you can see it's creating the deployment. Let's see. So now we can see that it's already it's trying to edit the link. It has created the deployment. So allow. Let me click on allow. Then it's you can see it has updated the URL. Let me also change this in the minify. Say accept, and then also in the env, you can say accept, and then it's going to run the deployment again. And let's wait. So let's wait for this to complete. So now it has complete. You can see that it has deployed as a deploy status building, and yeah, it has updated everything. So let's try and access the URL. So you can copy the URL we have here, or you can just copy what we already have, what it's set in the env. So just copy it and let's go over to the browser. So if you go over to the browser now, I've already pasted it and you can see that I can access the site here. And if we go over to Insforge, we can click on deployment and refresh. You should be able to see that this we can able to see the deployment and the URL. So I can try to log in now, and you can see everything's working. So I'll log in with my Google account. So now I'm logged in into my account. Now I can click on localhost 3000 and see if we can access database. And let's see. And you can see everything is working fine. So this is great. This is great. So we have the deployment working. So our app is currently working even when deployed to Inforge. So guys, make sure this is the end of the video. So check out Inforge. The link will be in the description. So also subscribe to the channel, share this video, and don't forget to add your comments in the comment section.